before you long. Like I always say, and then it's a lie. It's really a lie. I'm gonna try not to be before you long. I just got home from my date. I'm still kind of on my date technically. You know, let me fix my lipstick, which I know sounds weird, but because I'm about to eat ice cream. But I want to be cute. I still want to be cute. I still want to be cute while I eat ice cream. That makes any sense. Oh, I am just now making it home. I got myself some ice cream after I took myself out to eat. And yeah, I'm just straightening up the house that I left in disarray. It's 1,000 degrees outside, but I've had kind of enough AC. I really have. I'm gonna turn on this light over here. Anyway, I hope you're well. Happy Wednesday. I decided to come on in here real quick to eat my ice cream. Before I go, oh my gosh, my underwear just in places it need not be. Anyway, I decided to come on here and eat my turtle sundae before I go to my sunset spot. Hey boys, how are you? Yes, boys, you are number one. Number one. Hey, P9R, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Chris, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Oh, yes, I had a great meal. Oh, shout out to Brazil. Hey, what is it? Marcy? Oh, hey, is it Camille? Shout out to Brazil. So, I went out. Love you too, beautiful. Love you too. I'm eating a turtle sundae. You ever had a turtle sundae before? And I had wings for dinner. And then I had a taste for some ice cream. Oh, is that right? So I took myself out for a little bit of dessert. But yeah, turtle sundae is my favorite type of sundae because it has the chocolate and it has the caramel and it has the, you know, the walnuts. Is that right, Christopher? You do not, Christopher. So, you know, every once in a while you have to taste for something sweet. Oh yes, and the vanilla. Can't forget that. Absolutely. And they put the cherry on top. Yes, indeed. It's so nice. And 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to eat this in one setting, even though it's pretty small. But can you believe that this is one scoop of ice cream? What kind of... Oh yes, I like chocolate ice cream too. So good. But there's nothing like a good old-fashioned custard. 20 years, huh, boys? You got them struggle locks. Yes, I understand. Boys, it has been... I'm doing great, Alan. How are you? Thank you for asking. I've had my locks since 2010. And I always do a length check here. Okay. You see my yoga mat in the back? Because I am mopping my floors, I'm in the process of getting my hair retightened, but you can't really tell because I'm wearing black. But if I shake, then you can kind of see. Oh, my day was great. Hey, Ronald, how you doing? I had a good day. Climb on this chair. I had a good day. I decided to do nothing today. I'll only get my underwear out of my butt. Hold on. Ooh. Woo. Child. Let me tell you. Oh, your birthday is, when is it? Next week? Oh, wonderful. Shout out to my people who have a birthday coming up in the month of March. Mm-hmm. Good. What are you going to do for your birthday? My birthday? Oh, hey, Solomon. How are you? Well, how do I keep myself looking good after eating ice cream? You know what? That's a good question. Oh, you'll be 43. Hey, Daniel. How are you, sweetie? Happy Wednesday. Yep, happy Wednesday to everyone. I really don't. Oh, shout out to Texas. Hey, William. Hey, Survivor. How are you? Welcome, you guys. Welcome, welcome. Hey, family. Oh, hey, Stefan. Oh, did you change your name? You guys know that I make noise when I eat. You already know. You did, just to confuse me. Do I exercise often? No. No, I don't. I don't exercise often. What? I don't have anything to put a DVD in. Oh, hey, Simon. Is it Simon? How you doing, sweetie? No, can't say I exercise often. I will say this. I move a lot. Like, I'm always moving, going over here, going over there, doing this, doing that, walking over here, walking over there. So yeah, but I haven't been to a gym in a month of Sundays. Oh, you put your picture. Oh, okay, it's a nice picture. It's a nice picture. Oh, Simon, you want to show me you want me to show you my outfit? I think I already did an outfit of the day. I don't know, boys. Are DVDs still a thing? Eric, bye. Boop. Just like that. Oh, let me tell you guys something. Number one, they coming to get you. Just kidding. Number one, if you cut up on this live, you just automatically delete it. Just automatically delete it. That's number one, because I'm here for my family. Hey, how are you, Joe? How are you? Welcome. Thank you for being here. Happy Wednesday to you. So yeah. What do you want to know, Simon? What do you want to know? Ask me a question, and I'll give you an answer. This is the most beautiful part of the day, you guys. I love the sunset. What is not to love? I love the sunset more than I love the sunrise. We have amazing sunsets here. And let me tell you, I have a spot that I normally go to, but I decided to come on here and eat my ice cream with you all before I go to that spot. I like to catch the sunset when it is almost like over. The sky is just a beautiful pink and purple and blue. So romantic. So romantic. Anyway, but I just came on here to say hi. Oh, thank you, Bio. How are ya? Welcome. Welcome. Oh, here. Are you crazy? Let me show you how crazy I am. Bye. I'm gonna have fun deleting people tonight. Hey, Britton, how are you? Oh, shout out to Rwanda. I feel like everybody is beautiful. Hey, Ren, how you doing? What you doing on here? Boaz, is that right? How's everybody's Wednesday so far? Oh, thank you, Joe. Boaz, you know they're acting up. The moment people start acting up, like there's a few ways I could go. One hand, I can hand your ass to you. Yeah, I want to play a game. Number two, I could ignore you, which you would hope that. And number three, I could just delete you from the channel. Like, period and point blank. Like, there's no need for you to be there. Like, I don't even understand why you don't even understand why you're here. I don't even understand why you're here. So, you know. Hey, Oakland. Right. Control, Alt, delete. Delete. You know, like, for real. It just depends on my mood. And sometimes I might do all of the above. You just never know. You just never know. Because I have not arrived. Oh, truth. Truth. Let's go. Truth or dare? Truth. Let's go. Anyway, you guys, I kid you not, I'm just on here farting around. I have some corned beef in my slow cooker because you guys know I like to cook. Hey, Smiles, how are you? Happy Wednesday. And, oh, thank you, Oakland. No, I didn't watch the Oscars. Did you guys watch the Oscars? Let me tell you something. No, I'm not looking for a boyfriend, but that's sweet. I haven't watched the Oscars since, well, I can't even tell you when the last time I watched the Oscars. I hadn't even been, like, aware of the Oscars until, like, in my reality, until Will slapped, what's his face? Oh, you picked Truth? Okay, Simon. Is it true that you're looking for a girlfriend? You say Sinners won a lot of awards. I bet they did. Boaz. You say you haven't seen the Oscars since 1592 or 1532. Ooh, you guys. So this is what you do to me. Now I gotta find my phone because I gotta find out when the Oscars started. Okay, hold on. Is that right? Okay, what do you want? What are you looking for in a mate, Simon? And anybody else who is looking for a mate, what are you looking for in a mate? Hold on. I gotta get my phone because I want to do some Oscar trivia. Okay. I need to know this for my own. Hey, what is it? Celebrator? Y'all know I gotta climb on this chair. I'm 5'1" for those of you who don't know. Oh, Oakland, you beat me to it. Doggone it, Oakland. What'd you say? That was funny? We talked about that whole Chris Rock thing. I think it was staged. I do. I really do. Because ain't no way. Like, first of all, come on. Okay, this is what we're looking for in mates. Okay, what you say, Cease? You say integrity, transparency, affection, unconditional, and growth. Is that right? Oh, those are beautiful things. Truth, Simon. Again, welcome to the chat, you all. I said I wasn't going to be on here long, but you know how I get on here and I be lying. And then 8 days later, here we are. Here we are. Oh, that's one of my neighbors. I blocked him. So he does some construction or whatever the hell, landscaping on the place next door. So he always has to walk back and forth. And it's kind of awkward because I blocked him. I mean, it's awkward for him. It's not awkward for me. I had good reason to block him. You understand. Anyway. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You guys know I took myself out on a me date. It looks like I'm going to miss going to my sunset spot because I'm farting around with y'all. But I still will make it to the water at some point and walk around. I can't leave you guys. You think it was set up too, like fake Oakland? Okay, James. Okay, James. You cutting up. But yeah, I blocked that guy and he walks past my house. Let's look at some Oscar trivia. You guys, I feel like the whole Will Smith thing was fake, and I feel like nobody was paying attention to the Oscars. I know I wouldn't. Thank you, Oakland. Thank you for being here. Oscar trivia. And you know another thing about the Oscars? I feel like certain people don't get Oscars unless they humiliate themselves. Like Halle Berry, she got an Oscar for Monsters Ball. But what did she do in that movie? Let's just be clear. It was a disaster. I mean, just the premise. And then you remember when Oprah ran out and gave her a hug? I didn't watch the whole Oscars, but I remember hearing about that, and I remember seeing that clip, and I remember the movie itself, like how she had sex basically with this guy who was racist or something like that, and then, oh yeah, you get an Oscar for it. Yay, hooray. Oh, I can't answer that question, Simon. That's a privacy thing. Thank you, Grant. How are you? Yeah, it's all a game. I agree, the American finisher. That's a nice name. Yeah. Yeah, guys. So the guy is always walking past my house, and he had the nerve to shake his head one time. I'm like, you shake your head at yourself. I didn't block you for no reason. Okay. Oscar trivia. Who holds the record for the most wins? I would never know this. I would never. Not in a million years. Is this still true today? Ooh. Okay. Here's one. Which film was the first animated feature to be nominated for Best Picture? I wouldn't have known this either. Oh, you looked it up, Oakland. But then again, so did I. Yep. Oakland's right. It was Walt Disney. There's an interesting history on Walt Disney from what I can recall. Very interesting. Okay. And then what about that second one? Which was, hold on. Which film was the first animated picture or animated feature to be nominated for Best Picture? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. What y'all talking about? You picked Truth? Okay. You live in America. Okay, let's see here. Hey, Mobile. What about No One to Rock? Good guess, Joe. Yeah. Yeah, we're both looking things up over here, Oakland. What you talking about, Cease? Smiles. Denzel. Okay, and that's another thing. Hi, good guess. Is it I bake? Denzel Washington played all kinds of roles, but then what does he get? I think he got an Oscar for that role where he was basically a criminal, like a thug. Like, I don't know, you guys. I'm just not down. I'm just not down with it. I'm not down with it. I feel like, people have to be damn near humiliated before they can get an Oscar. Hey, Big One. How you doing, sweetie? Hey, cousin. Yeah, it was Beauty. It was Beauty and the Beast. Good guess, he smiles. I don't know how you knew that, but I don't know how you knew that. Okay, let me look up something else. Now, I wouldn't have ever guessed this because what? See, there's that guy. He walked past. And you know why I blocked him? God, so many reasons. I blocked him for many reasons. But, you know. Anyway, who is the only performer to win 4 Oscars for Best Actress? Now, I would have thought that it would have been somebody more current, but no. 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 I didn't hear about him. What happened? What happened to Iris? Oh, hey, you Doe, how you doing? Oh, some people who get themselves blocked, I just be like, now, you came all the way over here to get blocked. Now, why did you do that? What kind of sense does that make? That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Let me go back in here. Oprah, you say Oprah? I'm gonna get some more guesses. What'd you say? Let me read that comment there. It seemed like a good one. But anyway, what happened to Iris? I haven't followed with anything with the news. You know how it works. You only win an Oscar of color. Hold on. If it's in a negative way. Well, unfortunately, it kind of appears to have been like that many times, huh? Okay. Really? Look it up? I do need an award. I need an award for bullshitting. Is there an award for that? Yeah, I know. Were you here when we were talking about Holly, cousin? I was so disappointed. Yes, I need an award for that. Somebody please sign me up. Nominate me, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was so disappointed in that. Oh, you just got here? Yeah, I was just saying how she got that award for Monsters Ball, and I was just like, you know, like, really? And then Oprah ran out on stage, and I was just like, ew, but that's just me being judgmental. Rubber dub. Let me tell you. Get out of here. Let me tell you something. Iris, he could get it. Oh, yes. That is one fine chocolate man. One fine chocolate man. What? Is he single still? That's really my question. You know what I mean? But boy, I'm gonna sop him up with a biscuit. He is fine. Just looking like a whole chocolate. Anyway, that's interesting. Let's look at black folks who won an Oscar. Well, no. Let's look at minorities, even though I don't like that word, minority. He is looking like a whole chocolate milk dud. Minorities who, I don't like that word, but who have won Oscars. I need a list. Okay, pop quiz. Who was the first black supporting actress who, well, that gives it away, who won an Oscar? Should I look it up? Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah, now, boy, if he, That man. Hey, Cecil. How are ya? Yeah, welcome, sweetie. Happy Wednesday to you. We're just shooting the shit, shooting the breeze. Nothing really going on around here. You know, I'm eating my ice cream. I'm still on my date. I'm glad to hear you're well. I'm still on my date, but I decided to come on in here and call you guys up while I was on my date. You know, I went out for wings, took myself out for wings, and then got some ice cream. And then thank you, Albert. And then I came home, and then I was gonna go out and, look at the end of the sunset, which, I mean, I can see the mountains from where I am anyway. So beautiful. So beautiful. If I have some energy, I'll go out again, but you know how it is. Today was just one of those days where I wanted to relax and pretty much do nothing. You ever had one of those days? Because I have been doing things back to back to back to back like an insane person. I've been growing my locks since 2010. Since 2010. You can't really see, but you can. But they're long, super long. And I want to let them get mid-thigh length because there's this girl, thank you, Albert, who has beautiful locks, and her locks are like mid-thigh length, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. But anyway, guys, to answer that trivia question for you all, it was Hattie McDaniel. Hattie McDaniel was the first Black winner supporting actress in 1939. And then Sidney Poitier was the first male Black to win Best Actor in 1963. My grandmother, who actually was a writer, she interviewed Sidney Poitier. Let me see if I have a picture of her and Sidney. Hold on. Oh, this might take me a while to find. This might take me a minute. Why? I don't know. Oh, maybe if I go to a certain year. Hold on. It'll take me a minute. I think I might still have this video of my grandmother. Hold on. Sydney. No, that wouldn't be it. Chicago. No, that ain't gonna be it. Hold on. I knew it was gonna take me a minute. You know what I don't like? I don't like how you can't always organize me. Sometimes it'll show up like that, and then sometimes it won't show up like that. And I'm get all irritated. When it doesn't. And it's just like, isn't that crazy? My doctorate is in business administration. Oh, here it is. Okay, now let me scroll back. See if I can find my grandma in here. Oh, that must have been about maybe here, maybe here. Let me see here. No, it had to be the other year. I've had my locks for a long time. You see, they were shorter then. It's me and one of my girlfriends back in Wisconsin. By then, I'd had them for like 5 years. I remember that length. That was a nice length. That's my girl. Me and my girls. Wisconsin is just a unique place to grow up, I'll tell you. Let's see here. This is me and one of my former best friends. We were friends forever. I didn't have locks then. That's my first time going to Arizona. Let's see. I'm looking. It's It's me, and oh, I can't show that because I have to get permission from his mom. I show this picture all the time. This is me in the Air Force, Chair Force. You probably can't see me, but I'm the one smiling. You little biscuit smiling. Oh yes, Jeremiah, thank you for being here. Let's see, what else? This is me in one of my police academies. I was in the front row because I graduated in the top 10%. See if I can, I'm looking for my grandmother's picture. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, I feel like it's coming up because I took a trip out there. Hold on. Must have been around November. Oh, bear with me. Bear with me. Oh, this is when I launched San Diego's highest rated dispensary. That was for years. It was that way for years. Oh yes, memories. Hold on, I'm looking. Eyes looking. I have a lot of pictures in my phone. Yeah, thank you, cousin. Okay, so let me see. Some of these pictures are hilarious. Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But I guess I'm kind of enjoying. Hold on, let me scroll. It must have been, gosh, really? Let me look, months. September, October. When did I go? Was it November? Child. Hold on. November, August, September. Oh, yes. This is an interesting picture. This is when I first learned how to trim cannabis leaves. And we had a farm. I knew nothing. Hold on. I'm getting there. Okay. Oh, shoot. You know how you have random pictures pop up on your phone and you didn't ask for it, but then when you're not looking for it, you can't find it? It's one of those situations. It's one of those situations. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. Hold on. Let me go back. My grandmother interviewed a lot of people. Lots of people. She's kind of like a little celebrity in her own right. All right, what I want to do is I'm going to look at, since obviously I can't find anything. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Let me look at the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything, because you know, I'll be missing things. Oh, you sent me an email? Oh my goodness. I have been so busy. Didn't I email you back though? I know you sent me one email. You emailed me again? Again, Jeremiah, have a great night. Oh, thank you, Oakland. Sounds like I'm outside, but I'm inside. Yeah, that kind of happens when you're sitting next to a window. Has that ever happened to you before? Send the email. The email is in my description. Y'all, I don't know why it's hard to find things on your phone. I need to organize my pictures better. I really do. What is this? No, that is not it. No, That's not it. Story of my life. Who is this? Oh, that is not it. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, I know. Hold on. I had an idea. Dangerous. Okay, hold on. Just, how do I get back to that, to where it shows the years? Why does it do that? Why does sometimes it shows the years and then sometimes it doesn't? Why does it show the collection sometimes and then show the years? I need answers. Okay, I guess I'll have to look this way. 20. Let's see, around this time. Go into the album, show all photos. Okay. Maybe I'm getting warmer. It's so annoying. Oh, I know. I just thought of something. Y'all, crazy. Oh, but this is when I was a college professor, and this is one of my friends' her art galleries, in case you wanted to know. Oh, these are my students. These people, random people, but that's my friend. Anyway, let's see. Let's continue. Some of my students. I swear. Oh, now we're in years. Okay. I could have sworn 15. Was it 15? Maybe it was 14. Yeah, it must have been 14. I'm a mess. Oh, I'm just entertaining myself. Hold on. I'm almost there. Months. Where are you at, Grandma? When did I? Okay, hold on. October. Was it November? Oh, it must have been November. Was it then? Maybe it was before. No, it was December. Oh, I promise I'm getting there. What am I looking for those of you who don't know? I am looking for some... Oh, here it is. Here's my grandma in Sidney Poitier. I was determined to find it. Hey, Eddie. Y'all see how long it took me to find that doggone thing? But yeah, she interviewed him. And yeah, real classy lady. Classy lady. She said... I don't really, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but this is not the news channel, so whatever is happening over wherever, I don't even have a TV, okay? So, if you want to report news, go report it on another channel. Please. Because we come here to relax and just be free. Oh, telepathy. Now that's the question that I want to answer. Okay, Oakland, thank you for being here. I feel like our ancestors were communicating telepathically forever. Hey, Kevin. Forever. And I feel like we still have the ability to do such, most definitely. But we haven't tapped in. Most of us have not tapped in. But let's look up telepathy. Okay. Telepathy. If I can spell it. Pathy. Let's look up the esoteric Oh, I don't even know who that is, E. Esoteric. Telepathy. For those of you who are wondering, the profound, non-physical, and often spiritual communication between minds bypassing the five senses to directly transfer thoughts, emotions, or information. Story time. So, this is a quick random story. It's so random. One day, I was sitting in my car minding my business. This is when I was in Wisconsin. And at the time, I was married. And I think my husband called me. And, was hello, blah, 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 blah. But he was like, your mother's over here. And I was like, oh. Yeah, she met the great Sidney Poitier and Muhammad Ali. I asked her who was her favorite person to interview. She said Muhammad Ali. I'm going to see if I can find that video. But, so anyway, was talking to my husband on the phone at the time when I was married. And he's like, your mother's over here. And I was like, oh. And I said, she brought a TV, didn't she? She brought me a TV. And he was like, yeah. And he was like, how did you know? I just knew. It's so crazy. But you guys have had those situations in life where you know this. Somebody completes your thoughts. You know what I mean? And you're just like, Or you complete someone else's thoughts. All right. Now, telepathy. Beyond mere mind reading, it says here, is viewed as a natural, albeit latent. The reason why, this is why I say we have the ability, but we don't use it. It's latent, meaning it's sleep. Okay? Psychic ability of human consciousness, often linked to shared consciousness and energetic resonance between souls. You feel that, brother, all the time? Is that right? Tell me about some times where you might have had some situations of telepathy. Yeah, God, I think like a lot of things probably get misdiagnosed. Okay, did the lady in X-Men have telepathy? I don't know. I'm not familiar. Who is Red Clay? 2143. Who's that? Now, esoteric usage examples. It is often described as soul communication, as a direct link between one soul and another, okay? Or between a soul and the supreme source. We are never disconnected from source. Intuitive insights, experienced through strong emotional or spiritual connections, for example, family, thoughts, touchings, or ideas are received directly. Energy manipulation. We're talking about telepathy for those who just joined the chat. We're talking about telepathy. We're talking about my grandmother, who was a writer and who interviewed famous people. She also interviewed, she calls him Robert, okay, but we're talking about R. Kelly. She interviewed Robert a long time ago. Very interesting. She also interviewed Ludacris, too, that I know of. Anyway, intuitive insights, experienced through strong emotional or spiritual connections. I said that already. Energy manipulation in occult traditions and hidden traditions, secret traditions. It involves training the mind to be receptive to energy, allowing for mental communication that transcends physical limitations. Almost reminds me of tapping into your sixth sense. Y'all remember the movie Sixth Sense? Yeah, Eddie. Yes, she sure did. Astral projection. Oh, we talk about this all the time on this channel. I know it's random, but yeah. Hold on, I got cold, you guys. I had to turn the heat on, which is insane because it's been cold. I mean, it's been hot all day. Now I need heat. Okay. That was a stretch. Anyway, astral projection, psychic tools. Advanced practitioners may use it to create astral constructs, generate illusions, or project thoughts to others. If you focus, it's much easier than you may think. Oh, I agree. I'm tuned in, baby. Tuned in, most definitely. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to read all that in a minute. God in the flesh. Oh, I like your name. Psychic sensing. Okay, where's my book? Okay, it's over there. An innate ability that once cultivated lets people understand others' intentions or feelings without speaking. You ever come in contact with someone and you're just like, energy's off. You can't explain it. Or you come into contact with someone and you're like, wow, you just feel you feel a good vibe. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that happens to you guys all the time. Tell me your stories. I want to hear them. And they don't even have to say anything. And it's not about like what they're wearing. It's their energy. Okay. Or you can feel thoughts across distances. I'll never forget. I was in church. We were leaving the church. And there was this lady. I just didn't like her energy. It was just, come to find out, she was talking shit. But yeah, I didn't like her energy in the first place. I didn't even know her from Adam. Okay. Synonyms related to these concepts, the concepts of telepathy, thought transference, direct exchange of thought between minds, psychic communication, nonverbal communication via psychic non-physical channels, mental clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, we talked about the clairs, clair audio, clair this, clair that, all of them meaning different things. A nonverbal communication, the ability to see or know thoughts or scenarios related to intuition. Well, you know how the universe brings you into a family because it's meant for you to be there? It was kind of like that for me with my grandma. I get teary just thinking about it. But yeah, you know, the universe brought me a woman who became my grandma and loved me and poured into me. I'm tearing up. I'm a mess. And showed me, I never seen, what do you call that? What does she call it? I wouldn't say they were the black suburbs, but they're like black wealthy people to such a high degree. She would show me these different communities, and I would sit there and I would look at the art that was on the wall in the homes, and these big beautiful homes, and I would picture myself, having that. Yeah. Phenomenal woman indeed. Okay. Mental clairvoyance, the ability to see or know thoughts, scenarios related to intuition. Psychic mind reading. You guys feel like you can do some mind reading? When I was a child, I would do palm reading on my way to school on the school bus. Ethereal and astral connection, the underlying energetic link. Subconscious transfer, often attributed to the subconscious parts of the brain, which I don't think science really knows a whole lot about. Anyway, this form of communication is described again as a latent skill for everyone that requires intense focus and mental clarity to develop, rather than a magical instantaneous gift. So I think we all have the ability. Our ancestors used to communicate telepathically, as I said, way back when. Before there were words, there was exchange. There was energetic exchange. Words became necessary later. But really, if you only have to rely on your words, or if that's the only thing you have to communicate are your words, then you're already limited. Okay, let me check the chat. See what y'all saying. Okay, brother said, yeah, side, yeah, I think we were all born with it. Brother, so what do I do with my time? Oh, it just depends. What you say, if you focus, it's much easier than you may think. Yeah, I agree. One thing I can say is I don't know, but it's uncanny how some maybe sensitive people are speaking in between the lines in real times that correlate with my thoughts, like a nod if you can hear me. I understand. Hey, Eddie, what you say? All right, we talked about my grandma a little bit. Talent is everywhere and capital is not. Well, you can say that. You can say that. And yet money is energy. It is energy. Okay, so let's look at this again. Again, telepathy is kind of like a sixth sense. It's related to extrasensory perception. Now, hold that thought. Let me grab my book. Grab my slippers. And then grab my book. Oh, man. Y'all, you know I'm at home. Hold on, let me put this in the freezer. And then let me warm up my coffee because I see y'all didn't come to play tonight, huh? Hold on. Let me warm up my coffee. We're gonna read a little bit about ESP. ESP. Now, when I was a child, I was already into this stuff. Okay? I was already into ESP. I was already about that life. You understand? So, let's just be clear. Let me see if we need light. Do we need light? Okay, that's the light. All right. We're going to read a little bit about ESP, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about ESP. Who was it that opened? Was that God in the flesh that opened the door for one of our discussions tonight? Thank you, God in the flesh. I appreciate that. And then, of course, we're talking about my grandma, too. Let me see if I can find her recording in here when she told me about Muhammad Ali. Hold on. This is some of her paintings. Oh, thank you. Shout out to Trinidad. Thank you for being here. You guys, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you come back home now. Thank you, Red. Okay. This is one of my grandma's paintings. This is one of her paintings. This is her back in the day. My grandma was part of the civil rights movement, but she could not stand Jesse Jackson. Oh, no. This is my grandfather with, these people might be familiar to you. I can't remember their names, but, famous black people. You want to talk about debonair. Debonair. It's my grandma. Oh, let me see if I can find that video. My grandma was talking crazy. So let's see. Now normally it should say videos. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this one because let me see. Yeah. This is me talking to my grandma. Now, I apologize in advance. She's gonna say some things that are not politically correct because old people just be saying all kinds of shit, and you know that. So I don't have my grandmother's views. She grew up at another time. Okay, let's just be clear. But I'm gonna let you listen to some of my grandmother's thoughts. Okay, so stay with me. All right, so let me go ahead and put the camera on you, Miss Missy. She's in the front seat. Again, we're here with Grandma. The one and only. May she rest in peace. She's no longer here. The commander-in-chief. And I was asking her, who's the most interesting person she ever interviewed? I edited out some other stuff. Answer?
What was the interesting person
she had dementia.
I ever interviewed was Muhammad Ali.
And why was he interesting?
Because he was fat. He was good looking.
They're taking a chance. Okay, so.
Okay, wait.
This is classy. So let me go ahead and put the camera on you, Miss. So yeah, She said I said, Grandma, who was the most interesting person you ever interviewed? And she said, Muhammad Ali. And I said, why? And she said, because he was fine. There you go. And there you go. Let me see. I just love her. Thank you, Grandma, for letting me find that video, because you know good and well I would have never found it. Would have never found it. Let me see. I think I might have another video of Grandma when she was... Oh, let me see if I can find a video of Grandpa. Yeah. Actually, I already posted a video of Grandpa on here. So, y'all just have to look at it. Let me see if I can find... I don't know if I'll be able to find that one. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe. Let me see. I thought that she called me. She did call me. Her and my auntie called me, and they had some words for me. Let's see if I can find that video. I don't know. This is my mentor, Dr. Jumpa. Thank you, brother. I got these from my friend's antique shop. Yeah, aren't they adorable? They're old. This is my mentor who, he's a Tibetan Buddhist. He has since went on to glory. But this is him teaching me the mantra.
Bear, kaze, bear, kaze, maha, bear, kaze, raza, samu, gade, so, ha, teya, ta, om, bear, kaze, maha, bear, kaze,
Rasa, Samu, Gade, So, Ha.
And then when you tell them Bekanze, Maha, Bekanze, Raja, Samu, Gade, So, you see. Teya, ta,
He did not play with me.
om, Bekanze,
Maha, Bekanze, Rasa, Samu, Gade, So, Ha.
Oh, teya, ta, om, Bekanze, Maha, Bekanze, Raja, Samu, Gade, So, Ha. I say, listen, you record. Teya, ta, om,
Repetition.
Bekanze, Maha.
He grew up in the same neighborhood as the Dalai Lama. Okay. But I was looking for Grandma. By the way, I had a dream about him, the mentor I just showed you, before I actually met him in real life. While we're going through all of these channels, I figure I'd share with you some things. Like alchemy.
This is a symbol for Mercury,
In a class that I was
which
in.
is intellect,
Hey!
imagination, and mind.
Hey, sub!
And John Dee's Monet, where he tried to expand on the Monet with the
I believe
the planets and
you
made a
guys, you can't
magical,
see it. Listen here, the stuff that I be into.
See it as a symbol.
I'm glad you subscribed. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. I'm still looking for Grandma. Again. If I can find it. So many memories in here. Where the hell is it? This was during a video shoot when I did a video.
I think we did the same thing on the 85, and this time
This is my director, my artistic directors.
Okay, I'm down her. Do you?
Hi, Mr. Wilson. Hi, Mr. Wilson. This is us trying to get things right for the video shoot. Obviously, it's my music. These are my dancers. Go on, Lindsay and Rain. So, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I received that. Amen and amen. I received that. Oh, we got a good question while I'm looking for my grandma. Let's go back to the chats, shall we? Thank you again, brother. Being a cop in your past, are you cynical about the nature of humans, and do you believe that some people cannot come out of the darkness no matter how hard? Ooh, that's a great question. Let me get back to it. How hard, or can even a serial killer realize truth? Man, that's a good question. This is a good question for my dad, too, who was a police officer for much longer than I was, who actually retired as retired from the force. And is a Vietnam veteran. He might be cynical. I don't consider myself cynical. I still feel like human beings could go either way. Number one, I know that we all have the light within us, even if it's buried deep and you can't see it because there's so much shit that's covering it up. You know what I mean? I feel like people don't start off as assholes. I feel like that's something that might be developed over time. And I feel like everyone has the potential to go that route. There's a study that's done on that too. That everyone has potential to be batshit crazy, really. It's just that those of us who are in our right frame of mind, we don't go there because we're in our right frame of mind. I think there's a lot of mental illness that goes undiagnosed, just like we were talking about how a lot of spiritual people are misdiagnosed as being mentally ill. You know what I mean? I still think there's a lot of undiagnosed mental illness in general. I also think that there's many root causes. Good morning, F2P. There's many root causes, Some people never heal from their past. Like if we were to look at Jeffrey Dahmer and how crazy his mother was and all of that, there's a pattern with serial killers. And from what I understand, we could do our research on that. Most of them didn't grow up in ideal situations, which is interesting. So I think that people, like I said, they can go either way. Yet I feel like everyone has the light within them in general. Oh, he had a lot of head trauma. Is that right? I didn't know that. Interesting. I didn't know that. I hadn't heard that, and I'm from Wisconsin. I've mentioned this before. Hey, 3DD. I've mentioned this before. But you guys remember the apartment where he was doing all that shit. Okay. So, hey, Tim. Go, Tim. Oh, a lot of serial killers? Oh, okay. Which is interesting. Because think think about it. The boxers, they have head trauma. And then football players, they have head trauma, but they don't go around killing people. Well, we're talking about telepathy, ESP. My grandmother, who was a phenomenal woman, a little bit of Dr. Jumpa dropped into the conversation, which is a mentor of mine. I know you've heard me mention him before, who's from Tibet. And now we're talking about, do we feel like people are innately evil, or do we feel like people are innately good? I feel like it's 50-50. However, I feel like there is a light within us that is there. It's just that, you know, you can't always see it in everyone, you know? But yeah, and then we're talking about the trauma that people, sometimes serial killers, have experienced that made them serial killers. But Jeffrey Dahmer, so that house, that apartment, you know, they tore that down. Okay, I remember walking past that. It's like big, I don't know if it's still an open space, but when I walked past, it was a big open space. Yeah. Tore it down, sure did. I mean, gosh. And also, you guys remember, I don't know if you remember, but I told you, one of my teachers actually was a detective who worked on the Jeffrey Dahmer case. And this is a time where I was in my human services program with a criminal justice emphasis. So this man was coming to the classroom, bringing us all kinds of information. And I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. But my dad has a bunch of law enforcement stories too. But yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, in the frontal lobe. But think about it too. What was that when people were doing the lobotomies? Were the lobotomies affecting the frontal lobe? Let's look it up, because I don't know. And you guys, if you know, let me know, because I don't know. Random. Were lobotomies? Google. Gotta go to Google for this one. Were lobots? How do you spell lobotomy? Affecting the frontal lobe. Yeah, lobotomies were affecting the frontal lobe. But people who got lobotomies, they didn't become serial killers, per se. You know, it's interesting. I thought about becoming a forensic psychologist way early in my life. And then I was like, that means I have to study crazy people. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. But then I became a police officer, so there's that. There's that. But I can tell you this, as being a police officer, I mean, I didn't do it for 100 years. I only did it for 5 years. I will tell you, in my little bit of experience, and I was in 2 different police departments, and I was federal. Most people just want to be heard, and they want to be understood. But there are some people out there who are just something else. Like if you listen to some of the stories that my dad has, oh my God. I was actually in the process, and I still am, of writing this book for my dad about some of his stories and what he learned from them. Maybe I can read some excerpts, but a lot. Like when he was on this case, and there was this woman that they were helping, and her boyfriend had knocked all of her teeth out. All of them. And I forget how he did it. My dad, he knows the story. It's just horrific. And it was, I think, in the early years of my dad being a police officer. So it was very traumatic for him. And I remember something, him and his partner at the time, they had to do something to like break up the mood, because it was heavy. And whatever it was, it snapped him out of that moment of just darkness. But my dad is the hero. My dad is the one that deserves all the applause and the recognition and the stripes. I don't. Because my dad was in a lot longer than me. My dad saw a lot more than me. Plus, my dad is a whole Vietnam veteran. Okay. My dad has lost a partner on the force. So yeah. Let me look at the chat, see what we have here. Oh, you watch a lot. Is that right, Cookie? That's why you know. Interesting, Cookie. Wow. Well, yeah, you bring some new information to me. Right. They want to be heard and understood. Yeah, I know. So crazy. But yeah, you know, it's interesting the demographic of serial killers too. Like most of the time, white men, which is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And this is not, to say anything against anybody, but I just be like, okay, why? Why? That's always my question. Let's look at the demographics of serial killers so we're not giving any biased views here. You know how I do my channel. And you guys are always teaching me. I'm always learning something. Like, I had no idea. So are you saying that most of the serial killers had something going on with their frontal lobe? Is that right? I didn't even know that. Let's look at remember the black guys that were shooting people? Remember that? That was a few years ago. A percentage of them? Okay. Interesting. Remember that in Washington? Was it Washington? Demographics. Interesting. Yeah. Head injury of some interesting. Serial killers are predominantly white, unfortunately. 90% male and white. Ranging from 25 to 34 years old. Of course, we know that they can span various demographics. Hey, I am. While often intelligent, most have not finished college. Don't worry, we don't think you're a serial killer. We're just giving some information. Don't worry. This is you guys. Well, even if you were, that's fine. This is no judgment to anybody that, does not matter. You just came in at an interesting time. Anyway, so funny. Hey, Muhammad, how are you? While often intelligent, most have not finished college. They are generally driven by power, sexual pleasure, or thrill, with victims often targeted due to vulnerability. I know, Tim. Tim, don't go there, Tim. Okay, let's talk about gender. Most serial killers are male. Why is it? What do you think? This is a part as I just can't wrap my mind around. But what is going on with our men in general? Not all of you, but in general. Why is it? What you say, inspired by Dracula? Is that right? I am. Female serial killers are rare. 8.6% of U.S. cases. And they're often motivated by financial gain rather than sexual thrill. Isn't that crazy? So, so it implies, as it says here, actually it says directly, they are generally driven by power and sexual pleasure or thrill. So these serial killers are driven, one of the things they're driven by is sexual pleasure. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Okay, but let's break down all of the demographics. And you guys know, yeah, they're driven by Satan. So we talk about race, and we already know that there's only one race is the human race. We know that race is a social construct. We know that. And so the world still plays this game of race. Yet it says here, studies show that a high percentage are white, 82%, with 15% black and 2.5% Hispanic in U.S. data. Hey, God in the flesh. What you say is that chromosome. Age. Oh, y'all, this gets worse and worse. Again, like I said, the typical age range for beginning a series of murders, that sounds awful, is 25 through 34, although some cases involve younger individuals. Victimology. Victims. Here are the victims. Vulnerable, including homeless. Why on God's green earth would you want to attack vulnerable people who are already weak? You got to be a sick individual for real. And think about it. Some people say, I've heard it, and I don't know. We can verify if this is a fact or not. Oh yes, thank you. Make sure you like the video and make sure you subscribe. We're gonna go deeper into this whole conversation here. Have you guys heard about missing homeless people and whatnot? And we can verify that maybe later. Somebody remind me. Anyway, victims, prostitutes, okay, who are just trying to make their money. Children. Elderly people. I'm going to get to the comments in a minute. Elderly people or hospital patients. Hospital patients. You mean to tell me the people are already in the hospital, which obviously mean they need help, and then they become victims in the hospital? That sucks. Serial killers often have histories of arson, animal cruelty, or persistent bedwetting beyond the age of 12. Contrary to popular media, many are not socially dysfunctional loners. Really? Oh, American Psycho. Interesting. Psycho. Did you see the original Psycho by Alfred Hitchcock? Which I heard was based upon some crazy people. Now that's a thriller. A mess. With the Bates Motel and all that. First of all, the man told the lady he was basically crazy. That's what I heard. I heard the fool say he was crazy. Y'all, do not mess with crazy people. Leave them alone. Don't let them know where you live. If they show up, fucking call 911 or be, I don't want to say anything that'll get anybody in trouble, but baby, I'm a former federal police officer, so I'm all about lock and load, baby. Cause what? Okay, I'm reading here. Yeah, many have some have families and stable jobs too. Yeah, they'd be like, oh, he was such a nice guy. He's the man next door. He got bodies in his freezer. Many are compelled by voices, hallucinations, aims to eliminate a specific targeted group. hedonistic. Am I saying that right? Hedonistic. Is that how you say that? Kills for pleasure, thrill, or lust. Talking about serial killers. Hey, Ahmad, how you doing? Ahmed, focused on dominating the victim. Did I say that right? Did I say it wrong? Hold on, let me look up the proper way to say it. Oh, yeah, that word is in y'all vocabulary, huh? Why is that? Oh, okay.
Hedonistic.
Hedonistic. Hey, Hendon, how you doing? That's crazy. All right, let me go back to where I was. Yeah, power and control, focus on dominating the victim. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay, let's go to the chat, see what I missed. What a terrible topic. Okay, let's go back. You say they're driven by Satan? Yeah, they might be, doggone it, Muhammad. Yes. Yeah, easy prey. Thank you, Tim. They don't have anything to begin with, so if they're lured with a little money, they're going to do it, whatever it is. Hold on, let me think about that. Are you talking about the prostitutes, sir? Muhammad, you say society without religion is empty. Okay, it's an interesting perspective. Do I have any kids? No, I do not. I do not have any kids of my own. Yeah. Do you have kids? We have the same in the UK. It's called Travelodge. What you talking about, boo? No. Muhammad, I am not a gynecologist. Although I have a friend who is a gynecologist. Who am I talking about? No one in particular, just talking about serial killers. What you say? Can't spell today. Oh, that's okay. Oh, Cookie, you love this topic. Cookie, this is right up your alley. This is right up your alley. Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice. Let's talk about this here. I'm curious. Remember that one serial killer that would dress up like a clown? Remember that one? He's scary. He's scary. Scary. I know, Cookie. I know. Kind of like the people who watch the what do you call those, all those court case shows and stuff like that? Yeah, Wayne Gacy. Yeah. Why did he dress up like a clown? What you say, Lonely Wolf? You cutting up. What was his thing? What do I think about antisocial and young men? You know what? I think we have to be really careful of how we are raising our boys today. I'm doing great, Lonely Wolf. Thank you for asking. Are you okay today? I think we need to do better. I think let me look at, I'm gonna pull up a study that I found, see if I can find it in my phone, because you know I'm all about a study. Okay, good, Lonely. Thank you. I'm all about a study. This one was on, let me look it up on my phone. I think I saved it. I think it was on domestic violence. Domestic. I can't spell today either. I don't know what, must be some in the water. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Oh, if I spell it right, then maybe. Domestic. tell you what, you get older and you just be like, child, how do you spell this? Search. This was a study. I'm going to see if I can find it. Maybe it's in my files. I think I saved it. Hold on. Y'all know I go on a tangent. How we go from ESP to this? What? Is this it? Oh, that's my curriculum. I have domestic violence curriculum, in case you're wondering. But there was this study I found. Let me see if I can find it in here. I hope I saved it. Let me look at my Google Drive. Or I might have to search it again on Google Scholar. Shit. Let's see. Drive. And I'm going to read some of this study because it was interesting. Oh, fiddly D. I guess I have to look it up again. Hopefully I can find it. Get out of here. Google Scholar. Oh, I'm already signed in. Okay. Domestic violence. No. No, I'm supposed to be on Google Scholar. Google Scholar. You guys familiar with Google Scholar, yeah? Right? Google Scholar. Domestic. Hold on. And men. Not. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Gosh, this was a good one. I have to find it. Give me a second. You look at me, fool. You over here. Domestic violence in men. Let's see. Oh, here it is. This was a good study. That's why I gotta find it. Hold on. You would think that, let me see. You would think that I would have saved this study. Let me go back into my files because I just know good and well. There ought to be a way. View attachments. Hold my mule. Hold my beer. Hold on. Oh, shout out to Paris. Give me 1 second. I'm looking up a study regarding domestic violence in men. Very important that I share since we're on this very, very important topic tonight. Bonjour to you as well. Bonjour to you as well. Let's see. I guess I've looked up this topic in so many different ways that it's no wonder I have so much information about it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, my babushkas. Get you some water. Okay. This is, I don't think this is the actual study, but this is, I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Oh. Let's see. Okay, hold on, let me look. I wish, I know I saved it somewhere. But for some reason, hold on. It was written by a man too, which is why I was interested in it more so. Interesting, let me see. Hold on. Is this by, who is this? No. Hold on, you guys. You know what? My personality type is one of those personality types that when I get a wild hair, I gotta find it. So give me a second and I'm gonna find it. Files. Because I know I saved it in my files. Hey, Joshua. I know I'm annoyed, I tell you that. But I just need to relax and find it. I'm doing well, Hurt Bloom. Thank you. What's going on? I'm trying to find this article regarding domestic violence. For some reason, I can only find my domestic violence curriculum. And I'm annoyed, but I'm gonna find it. So give me a second. Bear with me. I don't even understand why. Now, in the article, the guy was talking about how the different ways that a woman has to think about, the different things that a woman has to think about before she steps out of the door. And he asked the same question to guys and they didn't have that reality. This is why it's such a good article. This is a teaching moment. I just need to find it. I'm annoyed that it takes a while, but I'm also very patient with myself. And I know that I'll find it. Hold on, wait a minute. There we go. Violence. Why? Oh, let's see. Safe. A second. It would help if I knew the study, the person's name who did the study. Hold on. Thank you. How to Give me a second. If I was Beyonce, you'd give me a second. So give me a second. Funny. Funnies. Okay. Let's look at this instead. Why? Oh, wait. This might be a good one. Let's see. I don't want... Oh, I think this is it. Maybe. View on Google. Is this it? Child. Well. Interesting. Hold on, let me read some of this. Gosh, tiny writing. Child. Ooh. Okay. And then I'm gonna go to the chat. I'll make this bigger. Okay. No, that ain't it. That's not the vein. Good Lord, from up above. Jesus. Okay, let's look at this one. This is called research. And this is the annoying part of research. This is crazy. It's crazy that I can't find it, but I will. I will. Give me a second. What'd you say? Drugs makes them crazy? It could be. Why? Hold on. Let's look at this. This might unpack some things. Okay. This comes up. Male accountability in stopping men's violence against women. This is an article written by a man. I've been working to end men's violence against women for almost 20 years, what the article says. And I'm doing this work largely because of the inspiration, teachings, and welcome of powerful, smart, says feminist women, which a lot of men don't like that word. Well, not a lot, but some who don't understand it. There's pluses and minuses to everything. There's extremes, there's non-extremes, there's needs, etc. Anyway, we men, myself included, as it says in this article, owe it to these women and ourselves to practice true accountability. This is what we're missing in society. We're missing accountability. More and more men are finally joining the movement to end men's violence against women. This is partly because of the efforts of a growing multiracial movement of men, but it's mostly because of efforts of women. The domestic violence movement has always invited and urged men to become involved. It says, my gender is a bit slow to respond, but it seems that we're finally responding. Would you guys agree with that statement? Now let's take a look. I'm so upset that I can't find the actual article. I'm sure it's on my iPad. Anyway, let's go. Okay, let's read this guy's article here. It says, rescue me. Certainly many men who work to end men's violence are accountable to women. I could fill this article with examples of men doing positive things across the globe. Indeed, I'm currently writing a men's monologue against violence that highlights the work of some of these men. So many men I have met are admirable, helpful, moral, honest, and kind. Kudos to the men out there that are admirable, helpful, moral, honest, and kind. Kudos to you. We need more like you. So, okay, but usually these men have been raised by long exposure to feminist women, as it says here, and survivors of violence. Thank you. Some of you guys maybe have had mothers or sisters or cousins who were in violent relationships, and you might have seen some things, or maybe you had a strong woman in your life who maybe showed you some things, or maybe your father too, was instrumental in helping you learn kindness. So this guy who wrote this article, he says, why do men choose to do this work? For myself, it is because I had met and dated women in college who had been abused and controlled by previous partners. These courageous women shared with me stories of being sexually assaulted, physically assaulted, belittled, paid less, and had their opinions ignored in favor of male opinions. To say nothing of unwanted flirting, sexual harassment, sexual humor, and objectified images of women everywhere they looked. Very interesting. Very interesting. This guy said, he said, hearing what life was like for these women made me mad. Thank you, 4248. Well, if you're mad, they said to me, you should do something. Not many men are speaking up about this, is what they said. So then this guy decided to start volunteering. He signed up to be in AmeriCorps. You guys familiar with AmeriCorps? For $4,000 per year stipend. I thought I was in heaven, getting to do this work and that I loved and getting paid for it. I pictured myself as a knight in shining armor, riding in to rescue these poor women, but it turns out that women don't need a knight to rescue them. That's true. It turns out they need me to stop men's violence in the world. Good luck with that. It turns out women wanted me to talk to my own gender. I went to a women's studies conference in Connecticut. I was one of the only men at the conference. An older woman approached me and said, I really appreciate the fact that you're here. I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, I want to ask you for something. Go home and talk to the men. Interesting. So he's thinking he's doing something. He's at this conference that's for women. I'm sure he had great intentions. Yeah. He meets this woman at the conference and she says, hey son, I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to need you to go home and talk to men. Interesting. Setting the bar higher. When I receive previous appreciation or even applause for doing this work, I drink it in like a man dying of thirst. Hey, bad gamer. But I began to notice that I was often receiving overwhelming appreciation for actually doing very little. My family, how are you, sweetie? My family colleagues have noticed this all along and are incredibly frustrated with the dynamic. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, here we go. One colleague in a conservative state has trained 5 men to be her co-presenters, if only to get her voice heard. 4 of them are police officers. Lately, she has heard them saying things, making analogies, and telling stories that she told them originally. They get all kinds of credit for repeating the things she told them. Once in frustration, she called one of them and told him he had a training request and needed a dick and a badge to accompany her. She needed a dick and a badge to accompany her, so the audience would listen to her. Yeah, this is what she's saying, is sometimes women are not listened to unless they have a man that can validate. That's a problem. That can validate them in the first place. She apologized to him for her rudeness, but I thought it was worth noting that the mere presence of a man standing next to her somehow gave her words more weight. Boy, we got problems in society, don't we? As a gender, we men are Johnny's come latelys to the issue of domestic violence and sexual assault prevention. Yet when we do show up, we are often listened to more than women, praised more than women, and get paid more than women. This is interesting. This is what this scholarly peer-reviewed article suggests. Okay, this is not my opinion. Okay, whatever we do, whenever we do the slightest thing, we get a whole lot of credit. I'm from Wisconsin, sort of like fathers in the 80s who were staying home with their children. Wow, he changed his diapers. Our abilities to accomplish what women have been doing all along seem impressive to many, especially ourselves. Oh, shout out to Arkansas. What do we do with this phenomenon of men getting praised for doing very little? Okay, I'm really waiting to get into the meat and potatoes of this article. So let's see. Because it's not like the other article, but it's still good. Hold on, let me scroll. Right? What you say, Tim? Because you hungry. I hear you, Tim. Shoot. It's like, get to the point already. I mean, it's good, but you know. Hold on. Tim, you can eat and be here. Hold on. Okay, let's look. Here's the preface. Tim, just get your popcorn. Americans like to boast that we're the freest country on earth, and yet half the population doesn't even feel free enough to go for a walk at night. Unlike the status of women in Afghanistan under the ghastly Taliban, women in the United States are allowed to go out. Fanatic men in government don't issue edicts to prevent them from exercising their basic freedom of movement. Instead, the widespread fear of men's violence does the trick. Women in the United States have made incredible and unprecedented gains over the past half century in education, business, sports, politics, and other professions. The multiracial, multi-ethnic women's movements have utterly transformed the cultural landscape. But at the same time, restrictions on women's ability to move about freely are so pervasive, such a normal part of life in the late 20th century and early 21st centuries, that many women don't even question them. They simply order their daily lives around the threat of men's violence. Now, you know, being that I was in the Air Force, there's a lot of things that happen in the military that I can't even talk about here. Then let me tell you, it's not easy to be a woman in the military. I'm gonna just say that. I'm just say that and leave it there. And then it talks about the Me Too movement. And men, the Me Too movement has been a wake-up call for many of them. Many of you maybe woke up during that movement. Until that historical reckoning, a substantial number of men simply had no idea how profoundly some men's violence affects the lives of all women we care about, our mothers, daughters, sisters, wives, and girlfriends. I had no idea either until the light... Is this a man writing this? Oh, look. Until the light bulb first went on when I was a 19-year-old college student. Today, many decades later, I've lectured about men's violence against women on more than 1,000 college campuses. I start some of my talks with a deliberately provocative statement. The subject we're here to address, I say, touches every single person in the room, whether you're aware of it or not. Gender violence, rape, battering, sexual abuse, sexual harassment dramatically impacts millions of individuals and families in contemporary American society and all over. In fact, it is one of the greatest ongoing tragedies of our time. Okay. He says, an abundance of credible statistics, some from conservative sources, bears it out. Study after study shows that about 1 in 3 American women, and I think it might be more now, and nearly 1 in 6 men, because of course we know men experience violence too. We know this, unfortunately. Experience some form of sexual violence during their lifetime. 1 in 5 teenage girls have been physically or sexually abused in a relationship. In the United States, more than 27% of women and 11% of men have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner. But the statistics on men's violence against women, while shocking, only tell part of the story. Another part of the story unfolds in women's daily lives. To demonstrate that, this is the article that I was looking for. Okay. To demonstrate this concretely, I request the students' participation in an interactive exercise. Okay, so picture this with me, if you will. I draw a line down the middle of a chalkboard, sketching a male symbol. We know the male symbol on the side, and the feminine symbol to the other side. Then I ask just the men, okay, so here's my question to the men. What steps do you guys take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? My men who are still there. This question is for you first. What steps do you guys take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? I'll wait. And then I'm going to read. I'm waiting for your responses. 0. Okay, Mr. Muhammad says 0. Anybody else? I'll wait. Again, the question this evening, at this moment, the question is for my men only for right now. Only men can answer. Tim, you're so crazy. What steps do you guys, my men out there, my beautiful men, what steps do you guys take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? Okay. Okay. Let me read your comments here, and I'm going to go back to the other comments too. Tim says, just let her do it. I can't with you, Tim. Attempting to remain very sensitive and not say stuff is arrogant. Okay, God in the flesh. Okay. Okay. You say soulless. I typically call older women ma'am. Okay. Oh, YouTube is hiding your chat, Muhammad. Okay. 0. Okay. You said older women don't like being called ma'am by a young buck. Again, the question to my beautiful men out there, only men can answer this first, is what steps do you guys take on a daily basis, okay, to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? Okay. Now, have you guys already answered that question to the best of your ability? Then let's move forward. It says, at first there is a kind of awkward. Oh, see, what is considered sexual assault? Okay. Like somebody attacks you sexually. Okay. It is an interesting question. Have you guys ever been asked this question before? This is why I'm glad that I have this YouTube channel, because we talk about everything underneath the sun, and I'm so excited to be able to just talk to you guys about all kinds of things. But anyway, let's move on. At first, there is a kind of awkward silence as the men try to figure out if they've been asked a trick question. Some of you, when I asked that question, you might have thought, is B asking us a trick question? That's a crazy question for anybody to ask. Like, what do you mean being sexually assaulted? Like, what? Let me continue. The silence gives way to a smattering of nervous laughter. Occasionally, a young guy will raise his hand and say, I stay out of prison. This is typically followed by another moment of laughter before someone finally raises his hand and soberly states nothing, which is what Mr. Muhammad said, nothing, zero. And essentially, I don't think about it. Is that right? Now, my men, let's flip the table real quick. And of course, women, you guys are welcome to be in this conversation too. Right, nothing. Then I asked the women the same question. So my women, let me ask you, for the women who are here, what steps do you ladies, thank you. What steps, now this is for my women. Men, go ahead and drink you some water. Women, let me ask you a question. What steps do you ladies take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? Okay, men, we're gonna let them answer. Hopefully there's some ladies here. Again, what steps do you ladies take? What you say, I got rum? What steps do you ladies take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? That's a question from my ladies. The men have already answered. I'll wait. I don't know if any ladies are here, but we'll see. No lady here? Is it just me? And is it just me and a bunch of hard legs? Where my ladies at? Ciao. Anyway. Well, come on, soul sis. My ladies gone. They went to bed. Maybe they did. I can't. All right. Well, I guess I have to be the only one to answer that question, because I guess I'm the only lady here. Again, what steps do I take on a daily basis to prevent myself from being sexually assaulted? Well, number one, when I go out, I'm always mindful of my surroundings. You guys know I like to take walks by the water. I kid you not. What do I mean by hard leg? I'll go into that later day. I'm always looking over my shoulder to make sure that nobody's following me. I know who's behind me. You know, I don't want anybody getting too close and I just feel uncomfortable. You know, another thing too, I like to have my keys ready. Like when I go to my car, have my keys ready, have my keys in my hand. I won't be fumbling in my purse with my keys. I just like to be aware of everything that's around me, period. On social media, let's just say on a daily basis, like, you know, if I'm out at night in particular, like when I go out to the water tonight, I'll be looking to make sure that I'm safe, like nobody's following me, all of that, you know. Then I don't share like where my location with people. Thank you, Big Hurt. I don't, certain things I just keep to myself, you know. And also, I don't let people know where I live. I don't let people know where I live. You know, if I, let's just say, what'd you say, Tim? Let's just say if I'm seeing someone, I got to get to know them first before I introduce them to where I live. Like, I need to know that you're not batshit crazy, period. All right. Yeah. It's interesting. So let's go on. Now, why did I ask this question? What you say? You know what I do when you go. What do you do, Mr. Muhammad, to keep you from being sexually assaulted? What you say? It's the same for you, God in the flesh? Yeah, you try to create some distance. What you say? Glock 19, is that right? You try to get a boxing stance instead of just standing flat-footed. Interesting. Okay. All right. Pray to God. Hey, Janice, how are you? Janice, are you a female? Because I was looking for my ladies to answer this question. If you are a female, Janice, answer the question. What steps do you take on a daily basis to prevent yourself from being sexually assaulted? If you don't mind. All right. So now that I've asked that question, why the hell did I ask the question like that? Well, number one, it's in the study. But number two, this is what the guy says who always asks this question when he does these talks. Well, it depends, Ahmed. Yeah, some guys are just genuine, polite guys, But sometimes it's hard to tell, Like for one instance, I was walking down the street and I felt like somebody was following me. It's different at night too, It'd be different if it was in the daytime, but at nighttime, I turned around and it was this guy. Apparently, he had just gotten out of his car. He was like, I just got out of my car. And he was like, something like, I want your energy. It was just crazy. Don't even get me started. What you say, maybe I'm just a hypervigilant guy from being exposed to violence. Maybe. All right. So continuing on with this study, because this is the study I was actually looking for, and it just happened to pop up. Then I ask women the same question. What steps do you take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? Women throughout the audience immediately start raising their hands, is what happens, as the men sit in stunned silence. You guys, hear what this man said here. The women recount safety precautions that they take as part of their daily routines. I had somebody pull my hair once, Tim. I kid you not. Pull my hair. Oh, yes. I didn't know this man from a can of beans. Yeah, he pulled my hair. It was crazy. Crazy. Anyway, as the men sit in stunned silence, the women recount safety precautions they take as part of their daily routines. You guys who have daughters and sisters and cousins, it was in Florida. Aloha. Hey, Nirvana. Ask your female cousins, friends, the same question I just asked. Now, let me continue. How are you doing, Nirvana? Yeah, you got to be in your right mind, indeed, to carry a weapon in the first place. Okay, so this is what they say. This is what the ladies say. Here are some of the answers. Hold my keys. What did I just tell you? What did I just tell you? I have my keys ready. And somebody was like, all the time? Yeah, all the fucking time. Hold my keys is a potential weapon. Look in the back seat. That was something I used to do too. Like I would check my back seat, and I still do. I'm glad to hear your great Nirvana. Like before I get in my car, check my back seat, make sure nobody's in there, blah, blah, blah. I know it sounds crazy, but you're not a woman. If you're a woman, you understand these things. Look in the back seat of the car before getting in. I hear you, God in the flesh. I guess there's a time and a place, you know, like if I'm sitting down and I get approached all the time. All the time. And I'm friendly to everyone. But yeah, the guy who was approaching me at night, who jumped out of his car and followed me down the street, I was like, what are you doing? Right, have the keys ready for real. Like if you guys are raising daughters and stuff like that, these are some things that you might be telling your daughters. Carry a cell phone. Don't go jogging at night. Lock all the windows when I go to sleep. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Before I go to bed, baby, I lock everything up like Fort Knox. Tuh. Says even on hot summer nights. Be careful to not drink too much is another thing. These are the things that women say they do to try to protect themselves from being sexually assaulted. This is going to get interesting, you guys. I hope you got your coffee because I got mine. It's going to be we're going to be here for a while. Because I don't miss the sunset fooling around with y'all. Even on hot summer nights, these women are locking the windows. Anyway, be careful not to drink too much. I said that already. A woman has to be mindful. We're typically mindful. I don't drink at all. I just don't. But I'm going to say this. Yeah, fight training helps. You know, I'm 420 friendly. I'm mindful of who I've smoked with in the past. Like, yeah, I'm on a break. I haven't done it in a long time. But what I'm saying is, like, I smoked with this one guy. He was all right. Okay? But then when we smoked, he started getting touchy-feely, and I was just like, nigga, what? What are you? Like, why? Like, just because we smoke doesn't mean you can touch me. You done lost your mind. Let me look at the comments real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm sure I missed a lot of comments. Let me scroll all the way back and make sure. Oh, you had Pizza Hut for lunch. Yeah, Tim, I took myself out for wings today. No, I never got an Article 15. Oh, absolutely not. No. I got an honorable discharge. Never had an Article 15. I did have a girlfriend. I don't know if she got an Article 15. This girl, we pause on what we're talking about so I can follow or catch up with the comments. This girl, we used to like to go to Orlando, Florida all the time when we were on our breaks. As police officers back then in the Air Force, we worked a 3-2-2-3 schedule. So that means every weekend we had 3 days off. So we would party. And we would go all the way to Orlando, which was a drive. Anyway, she must have decided she didn't want to come home. Come home back to the military one time. I don't know if she got an Article 15 for that. Then I had somebody else that I knew in the military. He was in a picture, and in the picture, he was holding cannabis in his hand. Weed. He was holding weed in his hand, and he got kicked out of the military just because he was in a picture holding weed in his hand. They said, oh, baby, that's enough. I don't know if he got an Article 15 for that. Okay, let me scroll. Okay. All right. Scrolling. What you say? My OG puts 2x4s on top of the. It's interesting. Yeah, yeah. Fight training. What you say? Maybe maybe men need to be socialized like cats and dogs. I can't. I can't. I had a cat here, you guys. I don't know if you remember when I had the cat. Now she lives down the street with her new cat family and her cat sister. But yeah, that cat would not let me sleep. I said, baby, I love you, but you got to go. That cat would come to life in the wee hours of the morning. It was like the moment I would turn off the lights, the cat would be like, and just start running all over the house, bouncing off my head, playing with my hair, attacking my toes. I was just like, baby, you doing too much. You done lost your mind. Oh my goodness. Funnies. Oh, thank you, Nirvana. Oh, your cousin was the first African American drill sergeant. Is that right? Good, good. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I have a picture of my great grandfather who was a Buffalo soldier. I can see if I can find that picture in here. And then I have my picture right next to his picture. And you can see we have the same cheekbones. He was a beautiful man. Beautiful man. Okay. Let me turn my heat down. And then let me get my underwear out of my butt because my butt is eating my underwear. Or golly. Woo! Ciao. Anyway, let's continue to the discussion at hand. Thank you, Nirvana. Oh, this is what I'm gonna say. You can't smoke weed with everybody when you're a woman. You can't smoke weed with everybody anyway, but definitely not when you're a woman and you smoking with a man because you don't know what the hell. Thank you, Bad Gamer, because yeah, sometimes you just gotta get your underwear out of your ass. You understand that, don't you? I feel bad, but then again, I don't because I'm a human and I know I'm not the only one. And my underwear, my ass eats my underwear. It just does. Anyway, you understand. Thank you. Thank you. I had a big booty. Big booty Judy. Lock all windows. I said that all right. Oh, here's another one. Don't put my drink down and come back to it. Absolutely not. Thank you, Muhammad. Absolutely not. You can never leave your drink. What? You come back, baby, that drink is gonna have probably five roofies in it. What about cousin subs? We don't have a cousin subs around here. I live in a small town. Is cousin subs still around? I don't know. Anyway, make sure I see it being poured. There's a bar that is not too far away from here that is known for slipping people roofies. I went to this gay bar with one of my guy friends who was actually slipped a roofie. What do I think about the pimping culture? I think it's interesting. I didn't know that culture was alive and well in California. Hold on, let me look at the comments. I didn't even know that culture was alive and well in California. Is that right? Soul Solstice? I've never encountered that. Interesting. But I've had uncles who were, I had one uncle who was a pimp. Oh, yeah. He was a pimp. One of the best books I ever read was written by a pimp. It was deep. It was really, really deep. I mean, he talked about his childhood. He started pimping when he was a child. It was crazy. It was sad, but it was deep. It was good, too. I have to get the name of that book. Oh, shout out to Nigeria. Oh, it's in the Bay Area. Is that right? Is it big in Washington too? Oh, you just saw one of the shorts, Muhammad. Well, welcome. That's crazy. I used to work for a store in Wisconsin, and I don't know if you guys ever seen the like players ball, but that used to be a big thing in Chicago. And the store that I worked for at the time, like it would attract pimps. I'll never forget. I'll never forget. No, but Iceberg did write a book too, Eddie. I haven't read his book. But I can't remember the name of the book that I read. Oh, hey Bruno, how are you? But anyway, the store was on the show, Players Ball show, which aired on HBO and was giving a behind the scenes of pimp culture. Yeah, it's very big. Like, who's some of the names? I can't even remember. But back in my day, when I worked at this store, that was a clothing store, pimps would come in there all the time. And then what they try to do is they send one of the girls to try to recruit you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Many times. Well, I won't say many times. I say at least a couple times women have tried to recruit me. Their pimp probably sent them over. It was crazy. Yeah, I have multiple courses, you guys. Multiple courses. So if you ever feel like you want to be a blessing, feel free. You just buy one of my courses. Just do that. Or go on my Etsy, buy my Oracle deck, or buy a book, or just be here and just show your face and be loving and be sweet. More than enough. More than enough. All right. Yeah. Bruno, I'm sorry. Is that French? Am I mistaken? I don't speak French. I wish I did. I should, but I don't. Maybe one day I will. Yeah. Okay. So back to the study, you guys. Took me on a detour, did you not? Thank you, so sis. Yeah, I feel like one of my courses. Yeah, Don Juan. That's it, Eddie. I feel like one of my courses, the meditation course, that is posted in the description. So that's one course that you can get for sure. I have lots of courses, but that one I actually posted in the description. But yeah, Don Juan. Was it Bishop? I thought it was Bishop. Did you say Bishop? I thought it was Bishop Don Juan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you see that? Did you see Pimps Up, Hoes Down? Did y'all see that? Or is it just me that felt like my eyes needed to be bleached out? Did you see the lady who stuffed the pearls in her hoo-ha and pulled them out? Did you see that? Did you see that? Because I was like, how'd she do that? And how long did she have them in there? What you say? What pro, boo? What? Did I not finish a thought? It's a course on meditation. Mm-hmm. What you say? I know some street pimps who name I can't even say on here. Yeah, I bet. How was life back in 2006? It was great. It was great. I was still working for the government at the time. I probably was in the master's program. The pro of what? Oh, you saw the pearls. My goodness. You saw it too, Nirvana? You want to talk about something that sticks with you for years. She laid that lady, child, please. She laid down on that floor. Okay, Muhammad, thank you for being here. That lady laid down, make sure you subscribe, laid down on that floor. Later, sweetie. Open her legs up and pulled out pearls from nowhere. Thank you, Muhammad. And I was baffled. But right, multiple times. I was baffled because they just kept going. And I was like, now that I'm older, I got questions, even more questions than I had then. Because the questions I had then were, how long did you have them in there? How long was the string of pearls? Why did you have pearls in there? Why? Now my questions are, this is really gonna be terrible, but what do they smell like? I got questions. Too many questions and not enough answers. And the people were just watching, and I was just like, I was disturbed. Then I was extra disturbed when I saw the store that I worked for on that show. Yeah. And y'all, I got stories for days, baby. Baby, I got stories for days. I got stories for days. Some of these stories, y'all, you'd have to know me in real life and be having tea at my table for me to tell you some of these stories. Because some of these stories about the people that I know who were in that doggone show, well, one person in particular, hot mess. Hot mess. Hot mess. Hot mess. That's all I got to say. Hot mess, hot mess, hot mess, hot mess. But I'm gonna put it to you this way. The pearls are healing. Well, I just couldn't even believe it. Man, John. I'll put it to you this way. You guys know I like to write books, yeah. And hey, King, how are you, sweetie? And it doesn't matter the genre, right? Because a writer is a writer is a writer. I'm a writer. I'm going to write across all genres. Fact, fiction, doesn't matter. Yet I am working on an erotic book. Erotic. And some of that is based upon experiences, personal experiences. I'm not even gonna go there with you. I'm not even gonna go there with you today. But just know, oh yes, I got stories. I'm a vault. One thing about it, I can keep a secret to the end of time. Some people's secrets I will never tell. What you say, King? Some people's secrets I will never tell. But could I tell on myself and put certain things in the book and kind of, reword it a certain way? Oh yeah, I can do that. And I am, and I will. Because y'all, I wasn't always saved and sanctified, you understand? Oh, shoot. That's not even the conversation at hand. Y'all done took us on a wild tangent. Anyway, I don't know if they ever did a Tim. I don't know if they ever did a reboot of Pimps Up, Hoes Down, but yeah. I remember I was working the cash register at the store that I used to work for, and one of the pimps was like, "I bet you got some good pussy, don't you?" And you know what? Yeah. But you know what? Why? What'd you say, Tim? That's the first time somebody said to me that they bet I had some good pussy. The second, and I was done. I was done with the gnat. We have been having gnats all over outside. It's crazy. It must be the season. But anyway. Anyway, I had to excuse myself from the register. Another thing that happened in that store was I was helping this guy pick out an outfit. A lot of things happen in this store. And I was like, he was being a pimp. He was scoping out the merchandise. I mean, apparently. I was helping out this guy, like, pick clothes out. And you know, if you ever worked in a store before, let me plug you up. If you ever worked in a store before, you're like, I used to like hold the outfit, hold on, that's my phone. You're not trying to see my phone, but that's my hand. You know how you like hold the outfit up? Just, okay, put the shirt, oh yeah, okay. Baby, please tell me why. I must have like, was holding something up to his body, like, oh yeah, it looked real nice. I don't know how he did it. I don't know when he did it. Okay. But all I know is he says, move it away. Move that away. Whatever it was, could have been a pair of pants, whatever it was. Baby, no, it was a shirt. It was a long shirt. I moved it away. I'm like, what? He's like, look down. Baby, I looked down. His whole dick was out. It was out. It was out. I jumped back. I said, ah! Because I was like, what? This is when I was like really a young tenderoni. I wasn't ready for all that. This all happened to me. I was a virgin at the time. I was just like, what is happening in this store? The store is crazy. But yeah, I must have jumped back. Now I would have slapped that thing. I would have slapped it. I would have slapped it. Because you shouldn't have had it out. Slap that thing. And would I be wrong? Because he had it out, did he not? Must have wanted to get it slapped. Slap that sausage. It was big too. I was like, what in the world? And how did you get it out like that? He would have liked it. Yeah, Tim. He would have been like, oh yeah. That's what I was waiting on. It's so funny. I know. Ew is right. Ew is right. I was terrified. I said, and then I told my manager, and my manager laughed. He laughed. Hold on, I'm going to switch to tea. Stop, soul solstice. I'm going to switch to tea. Actually, I still have. Oh, you know what? I have some Jamaica. I have some Jamaica. Y'all, my supervisor laughed. And that reminds me, recently, this is probably like a few months ago. Let me tell you how nasty you men are. Some of y'all be doing stuff you ain't got no business doing. My mother, she like FaceTimes me or something. I'm like, hey girl, how you doing? Some of y'all men be out here doing stuff. I'm like, hey girl, how you doing? And then she points the camera in another direction. It's a man that's masturbating outside, not in his car. Not just with it just sticking out of the zipper. No. He ain't got no clothes. He ain't got no clothes on. I kid you not. It was by Walmart. You know, all kinds of shit happens by Walmart. The man was masturbating outside with no clothes on in broad daylight over by Walmart. My mother says, does this look like, does this look like to you? I said, Ma, what? What in the world? Yeah, sure was. Like he didn't have a care in the world. Seriously. I was like, wow. But he was outside. He didn't care that he was outside. It didn't matter. It was crazy. I said, Ma, stop playing today. She was like, does this look like am I seeing correctly? Yeah, boo. We seeing the same foolishness. But anyway, I'm looking cute today. Let me tell you, I got my ankle bracelet on. You know, a lady with cute toes and an ankle bracelet, baby, you can't tell her nothing. Although I need a pedicure. It is a different kind of nasty. Because he didn't have no clothes on whatsoever. You know, I don't know. But yeah. Then I remember one time, and I'll get back to this article because y'all done took me way to the left field. This is when I was a police officer. I got in trouble for this, which I didn't think was fair. But I was a rookie, you know. So there was this guy who was acting up, and I was called to the scene. And it was like a mental health facility. And he didn't want to behave. They called me to the scene. I'm trying to get the men to behave and whatnot. You know. So I'm thinking I'm doing something good. I'm like, sir, you need to, you know, cooperate with these people. You know, I'm thinking, oh, this man he's older. You know, he needs some care. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in here. Okay. So I'm like, well, let me hold his hand while he does. Yeah. I hold his hand. He kept like his dick. I kid you not. Yeah. He had on these like, you know, those pants that they wear in the hospital. Yeah. But anyway, he kept like trying to fool around with himself, and then I couldn't hold his hand anymore. Well, he was admitted to the psych ward. Next thing I know, I get another call because he's in the psych ward and he's just masturbating publicly. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I know, way too kind. Well, I was a very kind police officer. Also, at the time when that happened, I was a rookie. I'm like, oh, you hold his hand? No, hell no. But yeah, my sergeant, it wasn't my fault that the man masturbated. But see, when you're a female and you're in law enforcement and you're in a male-dominated field, they're already looking upside your head anyway, you know. But yeah, they were like, yeah, and he went and he masturbated and da 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 da. And basically, like, you see what you did. But he was already a freak before I got there. I didn't tell the man to touch himself. How is it my fault? That's not my fault. That's not my fault. But sure enough, I was blamed for it. And it was wrong. It was wrong. But yeah, that happened to me when I was in law enforcement. I thought that was crazy. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I have an effect on men like that, but I don't know what his problem was. He was a freak. He's a freak. That's how it is. Your woman shows up in uniform. Oh, forget about it. Forget about it. That's it. That's the fantasy for some people. So even though I could have busted him upside his head, he's thinking about the fantasy aspect of it. What'd you say? Everybody thinking like men right now? Well, most of y'all in here are probably men. I said, y'all. But yeah, anyway, yeah. I remember my chief, he'd be like, you walk too feminine. But I'm a whole woman though. How am I supposed to walk? Like this? You walk too feminine. That's what the man told me. But I was still putting people on their backs, understand, in training, because they would try me. They think just because you're little and just because you're cute, like, oh, it's so cute. Yeah, okay. Just play with me then. Please play with me. Yeah, told me I walk too feminine. I said, you know what? But I think he was like jealous of women. I do. I sure do. And I think he had, back in the day, and this is no offense to anybody, because I grew up in a time where we had thick skin in the first place. So, whatever your sexual preference is, that's fine by me. Great. Do you, boo? I'm going to say this, though. I thought he had sugar in his tank. Because back in the day, that's what we call it. We call it sugar in your tank. That's what I thought. Yeah. Hey, Siri, make my screen brighter. So I can see. Yeah. So I think... I'm just saying, bad gamer, these were facts. You remember when we used to say people had sugar in their tank? I know it's not just me. We used to say that. He had sugar in his tank. Yes, he did. And I think he was jealous of women. I really do. I really do. Honest to Pete. I know he was. No. Let me see if I can find a... Oh, God. Here we go. Let me see if... I don't want it. I'm not going to do that because I'm pretty sure I have a picture of him in my phone. He was a big man. He was a big man, though. He wasn't petite. He wasn't petite. And I know I got a picture of him in my phone, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there today with y'all. But yeah. So did. All right, you guys. We got blown all the way off. Or like Leonard Honor says, we got bloat off. Yeah, we used to call... Yeah. Yeah, it was different back in the day, People had thicker skin, I say all the time, like in the 80s we were ugly. Okay, being ugly. I used to think that, I was like an ugly duckling, and I was going to be a swan one day. But yeah, in the 80s we were ugly. It was okay to be ugly in the 80s because nobody cared. You were just ugly. I remember back in the day, I used to have a jerry curl. Yes! A jerry curl. My whole family had a jerry curl. If you didn't have a jerry curl, Thank you. Thank you, Bad Gamer. Yeah, I had a Jerry curl. Okay? Do not do not do not judge me. My whole family had a Jerry curl. If you did not have a Jerry curl, you were not cool. I had Jerry curl. And I don't even know where I was going with this. Oh yeah. So one time, my Jerry curl, it got over processed. There was this lady, she used to do my hair. She was so comforting to me, you know, but one day she over processed my hair and my hair started to fall out. Like, I've always had really thick hair, clearly, you know. Yeah, it's in my genes to have thick hair. My mother has thick hair. My mother has cut her locks, because my mother has locks too. She's cut her locks like 3 times. They're still all the way down her back by her butt and thick like mine. Well, anyway, back in the day I had a Jerry curl. Yeah, and it was over processed, right? Well, my uncle would still like to take pictures of us, like as kids. He took all kinds of pictures of us all the time, nonstop. We've got a lot of ugly pictures of us out there, unfortunately. But anyway, I remember it was for a funeral that somebody died in my family, and I was at the funeral, and apparently there must have been like maybe see-through parts of my hair, because my hair was falling out. And my cousins, because that picture was hanging up, because he would hang all the ugly pictures up in the living room, all of them, because they were all ugly. But anyway, and my cousins, God bless them, they must have took like a black marker and just tried to color in the spots that were balding. The picture. So yeah, that was our filter in the 80s. We just take a little marker apparently and then just cover up those little bald spots. And that was it. But yeah, my hair. And fortunately, they were able to correct whatever it was, because you know you gotta use that neutralizer. Apparently they were able to fix it so that my hair would stop falling out. But before, it was like every time I would touch my hair, it would be coming out like I'd have hair all over my hands. I didn't think anything of it because I was dumb. I was a kid. I didn't think anything of it. And then when other people would do my hair, because you know you gotta use that activator and that gel and all that. Because I mean, it was cute. It was a cute curl, but no, it was cute. These gnats, man, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. It's just like gnat season where I am. Not fun. Yeah, I'm an Air Force veteran. Yeah, Air Force veteran. But anyway, so back to the topic at hand. Now, what we were talking about. Oh, you're an Air Force veteran too. Is that right? Shout out to my Air Force veterans. Is that right? What about Luther What? Did George Michael and Luther Vandross break my heart? First of all, I fucks with George Michael. Careless Whispers. That's all I gotta say. I never wanna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. That's the jam. Oh yes. Let me see if I got that song on my playlist. I better. Let me add it right now. I'm about to add Careless Whispers. Careless Whisper. Yes. Oh, yes. Guilty. That's a jam. Let me see. Add to my library. Why is it not there? And regarding Luther, let me tell you something. How can you spot Air Force veterans? We're the smartest branch. Is that not true? Let me go back to the chat. I love me some Luther Vandross. When are you gonna say it's all right, it's all right? Yes, I know it's biased, but it's true. It's biased and it's true. Yeah, wake me up before you go. Na 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 na. That's what you say when you don't know the rest of the lyrics. We hit different. Yeah, we hit different. You got to score higher on the ASVAB. That's why they call it the smartest branch. Plus, if you're gonna go into the military, you're gonna go into the Air Force. Like, why would you want to be? Why would you want to be doing too much? You ain't trying to do too much. Even though I became a police officer in the Air Force, like a fool, when I could have just been sitting my ass down somewhere. But no. I had to challenge and be heard, like that one song. What you say, not from a drone? Yeah. What are you talking about? I remember when I was in, gosh, where the hell was I? Some assignment somewhere out there in no man's land. And I was in an army. I was in a tent with some Army girls, and there was me and this other Air Force girl. And we were all like huddled together. We were huddled together like the Army girls were going to eat us. And then somebody came in and said, "Are there any Air Force people in here?" And we're like, "Yes." Here we are. And they rescued us, put us in air-conditioned tents with cable TV. How they had cable TV, I don't know how they had cable TV out in the middle of the woods with a refrigerator with Coca-Colas. And I was like, thank you for saving me. And then we found a bar somewhere. Yeah, it was interesting. That's what I'm saying, bad gamer. Oh, you work at the VA. Shout out to the VA. I worked at the VA for 12 years. Oh yeah, he wasn't singing to us, but that's okay. He still made some good music. And Luther too. He wasn't singing to us either, but that's okay. You know what I didn't know? That some of the songs that Luther sang weren't his original songs. They were songs by someone else that he just put his own spin, and the spin that he put, it's like he made it his. I didn't know that. Oh, I give cop vibes? Oh, really now? Now, how is that? Air Force cop vibes. Yeah, well, I used to be like, freeze, dirtbag, but then I had to learn how to find my inner voice. And you guys, if you don't know the old movie Police Academy, then you're not old enough. Oh, shoot. But my dad is a Marine, and my dad told me when I first joined the Air Force, he's like, "I'm going to take you out of my will." But he knew he was just playing. I joined the Air Force because my brother, who is a Marine, came back from the Marines, and he was like, "Sis, whatever you do, don't join the Marines." No, I think he told me to join the Air Force in particular. And I think he knew, because if I would have gotten to the Marines, I would have been like G.I. Jane. And he didn't want me to show him up, because, you know, I would have. But yeah, shout out to my brother. I got lots of brothers out there in the world. What'd you say, Eddie? Pretty privilege? No. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Might give me a free Coca-Cola every now and then. Maybe, you know. Army people feel like they want to eat you. Is that right? Oh shoot! No, they say the cutest women are in the Air Force. I think there's some truth to that, because there was this girl. She was so beautiful. She was beautiful. and she was in my squadron. Well, she wasn't in my squadron, but she worked at the same police department that I worked for. She was cute. And my other friend, she was cute too. My other friend, she was cute too. So yeah. And my other girlfriends, they were cute too. Yeah, I'm saying. The cutest and the smartest. That's what they say. Like, beautiful women are in the Air Force and smart. What you say? Go ahead, bad gamer. Oh, no, no worries. Really what, Eddie? Really what? Yeah, freeze dirtbag. Hey, 765. Oh, your dad said the same thing. You know, it's funny because my dad started off with the Army. Then he said he got it right and went to the Marines. The audacity of this man. What you say? The Army out here looking super stressed? Oh my God, yeah, I bet. Is the Army out where you are, Nirvana? Are you in Chi-Town? Is the Army there? The National Guard? What's going on? I haven't been watching the news. I don't even know. There could be a zombie apocalypse and I wouldn't even know it. I wouldn't know it because I'd be like, what? What's happening? Because I'm so disconnected from... Oh, you're in Hawaii. Cool beans. I need to go to Hawaii. I haven't been there yet. I don't know what I'm waiting on. Although I did decide what I'm going to do for my birthday. And you were the other person. Oh, that's so sweet. Is it Loa? I know I'm sweating trying to pronounce it. It's not easy. You know, the English language is just not easy. There might be a zombie apocalypse. Oh, most military, yeah, is out there. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, all my girlfriends are beautiful. They're beautiful. Let me see if I can find them. They wouldn't mind me sharing. They're beautiful. I have 5 girlfriends. We call ourselves the Fabulous 5. Oh, I gotta get my underwear out of my butt again. Hold on. Oh, y'all, please. Jesus. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if I can find my girlfriends. Although they've gotten on my nerves lately. But you know, sometimes your girlfriends will do that. Fabulous 5. Okay, obviously that's not gonna work. The straw is living its best life. 5. I love them. You ever have girlfriends that get on your damn nerves, but you love them to pieces? Where my girls at? Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find.
That's that crazy lady. We all know that lovely lady. And we all know listeners. So you play the music.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you. These are my friends. We call ourselves the Fabulous 5. I established this group a long time ago. 5 girlfriends. That's all you need. 5. That's it. Okay, there's that one who's on her phone all the time. This little one. That's Izzy, baby Izzy. That's Sarai. That's Amelia from England. And I call her Apollonia because she really looks like Apollonia. And then that's yours truly. Let me see if I can find another picture of us. Dum dum dum. Here's another one of my girlfriends. I don't know what happened to her. You can't really see her. She's a beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. Beautiful, high vibrational friends. But that's my girl, though. She got on my head wrap, everything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know I love you when I put my clothes on you. You understand? And likewise. Okay, let me see if I can find another picture of these Joe sausage heads. Well, they're not Joe sausage. They're Jane's sausage heads. Years. Who are these people? I don't even know who these people are. Hold on. Do 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 do. Oh, it coming. Okay. Oh, Lordy. Here's one of my girlfriends watching me walk. She's a mess. She's being a pervert. Did nobody tell her to do that? Nobody tell her to do that. She's being a pervert. Here's another one of my girls. Well, she's in the Fabulous Five. That's Apollonia. That's my girl. Sop her up with a biscuit. She is beautiful. Sweet. I gotta text her. She's probably mad at me. Well, no, she's not. She got some good weed too, by the way. But that's a story for another day. Yeah. Tim. Let me see if I can find a picture of all 5 of us, which is rare because people be in Mexico and over here and over there and in England and Australia. Can't find the ladies. It's hard keeping women together. Shoot. Hold on. Oh, this one is a naughty one. I don't know why, but for some reason, my excuse me, but I have a pussy, okay? Because I'm 45, so I have a pussy, okay? For some reason, my pussy was out, but in this picture, it's not. And my friend is tore up. I don't know what she had, what she didn't have. But anyway, she did a psychedelic conference. And this is us, me and her. I don't know who this lady is, but I didn't ask her to come in the picture. No offense. No offense. But here's my girlfriend. She's crazy.
And now here you are. I have you.
It's my girl.
I have her on camera. So tell us, how do you feel? What do you have to say for what do you have to say for yourself, young lady?
Well, number 1, Dr. B is my business coach.
That's what I'm talking about.
2, here we are in Bel Air.
Hey!
3, it began in England.
Hey!
We were in Bel Air.
Small town, industrial town, and it's
Ah!
very, very, very.
I can't. Y'all funny. I'm trying to find, oh yeah, me and Apollonia again. And then some random lady. It's hard to take pictures with the group without somebody random wanting to be in the picture. And you can't push them out of the way. You want to, but you can't. But here's me and Apollonia. Isn't she cute? I can't really. She is this Apollonia. I call her Apollonia because she reminds me of Apollonia. And that's my girl. Just so sweet. All of them so sweet. I had another girlfriend from Italy. Who is this? Here's us on my girlfriend's boat somewhere. Izzy.
This is the gym right here.
And it is.
What? It would be so nice.
What'd you say? They're good people. They are good people. Yep, this is the Fabulous 5. And you see what I have in my lap. I was being a bad girl. We were all being bad girls. Bad girls. Somebody's birthday party. There were joints, I'm sure. There were joints to be had. They were joints to be had. Let me see, who was this? Let's see, my goodness. I got one girlfriend that will dress like, she'll dress like a guy, but baby, when she decides to step out in all her feminine energy, nothing nice. Nothing nice. Okay, boys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. Where was I at? I think I was in New York. Yeah, whoop. I don't know. I think it was at this Cheech and Chong event. I was partying. Let me see. We were partying hard. And oh, here's another one of my girlfriends. Well, I got a crush on this one. Well, is she in here? Well, that's her just taking a picture of me, but she behind the scenes, let me tell you. Oh, you guys, I guess I gotta reach out to my girlfriends. Cause yeah. Here's me doing what it do, baby. Baby, you already know. You already know what time it is, boo. Okay, let me get back to the chat. Obviously, I got lost. Let's see, where are we at? Good morning, Mark. A shout out to Kenya. I know if I keep eating the biscuits and potatoes, the underwear are going to, yeah, they're going to keep doing. I can't help it. First of all, it's the cornbread. It's the cornbread. Tomorrow it's going to be potatoes and corned beef. That's what's going to be for dinner. I got the corned beef in the slow cooker right now. You know I cook like my name is Big Mama. Big Mama. Let's see. Yeah, my friends are very sweet. Ooh, Eddie, I got a Jerry Springer story. So I used to date this guy, and he went to the Jerry Springer show as an audience member. He told me that they asked him to come back to the show and pretend that some other girl was his girlfriend or something like that, and blah, blah, blah. And I remember him asking me how I felt about it, and I was like, boy, what? So that's my Jerry Springer story. But I've never been an audience member at Jerry Springer. But Jerry Springer used to be the wretched show, wasn't it? Oh, thank you, Nirvana. And thank you, a win or lawyer. Is it lawyer? I can't. Good morning. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Eddie. I am known for my laugh, indeed. I can't. You know what, lawyer? I'm just gonna lay down. Do I have a type? No, I ain't got no type. Dun 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 is the only. What'd he say? Something 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 something. Remember that song? Song used to be the hit. Whatever happened to them? I ain't got no type. No, my type is beautiful human being. Beautiful human being, beautiful soul. You know, someone who's compassionate. You know, someone who is caring, someone who's thoughtful. Yeah, that's what I like. Do you have a type? Baby, you give me 10 push-ups. You think I'm getting ready to get on here and give you 10 push-ups when I can't even do 5? I used to be able to do a lot of push-ups. But I remember that happening one time. And I can't even remember how many I did, but it was a ridiculous amount. And I must have been on some hell of adrenaline because I was in the Air Force at the time. And I remember doing all these sit-ups. It was sit-ups and push-ups. Baby, I used to have an 8-pack. Now, I just, you know, thank you, Fit. Now, we just gonna leave that alone, you know. My body has reshapened. Yeah, I got a 1-pack. It has reshapened. And part of the reason why, let me just say, I can't show you because then I show you my underwear, but it's kind of like as if I'm wearing a swimsuit, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, part of the reason why, see, look, you can tell at some point I used to, something was happening here. But now, I'm more curvy. Plus, you guys, like, it's the fibroids. Like, my fibroids are shrinking. You know what fibroids are? But most women have fibroids, don't realize they have it, you see. I need to get a new belly ring. And your fibroids can kind of like make your stomach pooch out a little bit. Yeah. I ain't got no type. So now it is what it is. I can't. Just like my thighs are bigger now, but they've always been big. But now, it is what it is. Oh, thank you, Fit. Thank you, Fit. I mean, I feel good. I'm about to be 46, so I'm not complaining. You understand? But, you know, I used to be cut up, baby. But not anymore. Not quite. I've been thinking about getting some ankle weights so that I can like walk around and like tone up my legs. I have really nice legs. I got thick legs. What can I say? But it is what it is. My thighs, I don't know. They got a mind of their own. I'm gonna tell you that. They rub together. Sometimes my thighs rub together. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned. But hey. Oh, you're a piercer, is that right? Yeah, I'm on Instagram. But yeah, these thighs, I just be like, why, y'all? Why y'all want to rub together like this? It's just wrong. Cornbread. I know. It's the cornbread. It's the cornbread. But I just think that it's because, or you're an artist, is that right? It's a couple things I want to get done. I want to get my other nipple pierced. I want to get a tattoo. I want something sexy like, well, you guys can't see, but right there, something sexy that just kind of works with these curves. Just kind of something, a little surprise, you know. So I'm gonna be like, surprise! You know, something that only my partner can see whenever I do get a partner one of these days in life. I'm like, surprise! Oh, you don't tattoo? Is that right? Or it'd be nice to get another snake, like wrapped another way around. I like my snake. But that tattoo itself took about 6 hours. Oh, you're a painter, is that right? Oh, very cool, Nirvana, very cool. Do you have a medium that you like to paint in particular? Very cool, very cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, you were an apprentice, is that right? And how long were you an apprentice for? I don't know if I would ever stop eating cornbread. It's just really a crime. It's really a crime. But I also think because I'm older, I've kind of filled out. Oh, it was 3 years. I noticed that my mother's a fit person. Thank you. My mother's a fit person, and she's always, like, my mother has always been like under 100 pounds. I mean, seriously. I come from a petite mom in the first place. So, and then now that my mother, gosh, these underwear. Now that my mother is older, she probably should have just got them bigger and stopped playing. Yeah, she's filling out. Oh, jeez. Beads falling. Y'all, come rescue me. Come rescue me. But yeah, she's filling out. Her breasts are getting bigger. And that's what I noticed too. My breasts have gotten bigger. My shape has just kind of, I guess you could say, and I don't want to say this because every woman has a different shape, but womanly. But it doesn't mean that you're not womanly if you don't have a larger shape. You're womanly with a smaller shape. But I'm just saying that's how I describe it for myself. Let's look at the chat. What you say? Or a 35-year-old, what you say? Thank you, Young. Would I ever date a 25-year-old? I don't think so. Back when I was 40, how old is that boy now? Hold on, let me do the math. Hold on, let me see. Let me look at my calculator. Yes, calculator. I know, God in the flesh, because there's nothing like having your underwear in your butt and then you get it out and you're just like, glory. Okay, so let's see. Okay, wait, no, that's not it. Dang. Interesting. Hold on, let's see. Okay, wait. I see. Okay, yeah. So the youngest, I have to do the math. The youngest I ever dated was a 27-year-old when I was 40. I think he was 27. Or he was 26. And not that all young people are the same, because they're absolutely not. But out of everybody, because I dated another guy who probably was, well, we didn't date, but you know, how old was he? He probably was also about 20. He might have been 25. And how old was I? Let me see. I think I was I 40, 43? He must have been, maybe he was about 25. That's probably the youngest I've ever, but we didn't date. We were just lovers. And he was more mature than the other one. See, the other one turned out to be something else. Something else. I'll just say that. I'll leave that there. But the other one, who I didn't date, who we were lovers, a very good human being. Now, would I do that now? Date at 25? I don't think so. I mean, you know, I don't know, God in the flesh. I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe it would depend, you know, on how mature the person was in the first place, you know, and what they saw maybe for us as lovers, you know, like for example, you know, if they wanted to have kids, like baby, I'm waiting on my period to end. Waiting on it to end. I'm counting down the days. I still get my period. I'm wondering why. You know? So, am I totally against having kids with someone? No, I'm not. But am I looking to do that? No, I'm not. So if I'm dating someone that's 25, they might want to have kids. Then I have to consider that. And do I really want to do that? Is the question. I guess, you know, maybe, but that's a lot. Because what? Would you say you don't want to have kids? Ain't Nirvana. I'm just saying, you know. So I wouldn't want to take away that opportunity for them to have kids if that's something that they absolutely wanted to do. You know, because for me, I'm still 50-50 on that. And I've never really been 50-50 before. I've been more like, 80-20? Like, absolutely not. But interestingly enough, there's only one person who I have thought about, where I said to myself, okay, I'm open to the possibility, because here we are out here and we're doing things to have kids, clearly. And I said, yeah, maybe. And he was the younger person. But looking back at it, hindsight being 20/20 and all, I'm glad I didn't have his kids, because if I would have had his kids, then he would have to be active in my life because I have his kids, you know. Which I'm sure that's exactly what he wanted in the first place. But somebody touch your neighbor and say, won't he do it? Won't he do it? Look at God. So yeah, but good question. Good question. I think in some ways, here's my final take on it. Thank you. In some ways, age, as long as you're an adult and you can relate to what I'm talking to you about, and you have sense and you have a level of maturity, spiritual maturity, mental maturity, emotional maturity. In some ways, age is just a number in some ways. Because I've met older men who had absolutely no sense whatsoever. And let me tell you, there's nothing like the guy blocked who walks around this neighborhood. There's nothing worse than an older man who has no sense. A younger man who has no sense, you say, well, maybe he just lacks maturity. But an older man with no sense, you like, baby, you near death's door. And you still don't have any sense. Why? Oh, that's my crock pot. Let me go look at this. Look at this food. What beads fell off? What's this about? I don't know where that. Oh, it's the Buddha beads. Interesting. Yeah, some of them do. They do fall off after a certain point. Yeah, that's right, Tim. Get them, Tim. Let me check the meat. Buddha beads. Check the meat. You know, Big Mama gotta check her meat now. Hold on. Wrap my purse up, put it in the right spot. There you go. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute, but it's gonna be good. Put that slow cooker back in there. Cancel that. Throw that in there. It's gonna be good. You guys know it takes that corned beef a while to break down. I'm 5'1". It's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute. That's gonna be tomorrow's dinner. I'm gonna get it. Have it with some mashed potatoes. Let me climb up top of this chair. Oh man. You were doing yoga. Oh, is that right? Yeah, I said I was gonna do some yoga around here. I've been growing my locks since 2010. 2010, oh, it smells so good. Oh. There's nothing like the smell of a home-cooked meal. Yeah, the mat in the back. Yep. The mat's in the back because I have to clean my floors. So normally it sits over there on my rug, and I clean my rugs. I put the mat up so that I can sweep my floors again, and then so I can mop them because they're definitely due for that. I did clean my bathroom today, but the next step is to clean my floors because I have been working. Now it's time that yes, I need a lot of help, Lonely Wolf. I wish you'd come right on over. I hate a broom. Shout out to Vegas. I don't remember me ever making this, but my hairdresser from back in the day, I saw her make some smothered cabbage. And it was good. And she used some bacon. But I don't have any cabbage. And because I'm such a greedy girl, I figured I would have my corned beef with some potatoes, like some mashed potatoes and then corned beef. And I'm going to have to get something green because I always hear my mother's voice, you know, who tells me all the time, put something green on your plate. So maybe I'll have that with some green beans or something tomorrow. It's going to be good. It's going to be tasty. Yeah, corned beef. Hey, Tokasaurus. How are you? It's going to be so good. I've already seasoned it, and I put the mustard on there and all, because you know you put the mustard on there. You know that, don't you? Put the mustard on there and put that bad boy in the slow cooker and just let it just... You don't have to do much to corned beef. You don't have to do much. That's why I like it. Because not only does it last a long time, you don't have to do much to it. Oh, you just lurking? Nice. Nice. Okay, let me read the messages in the chat. Yeah, corned beef, it smells so good. It smells so good. It smells like a home cooked meal. Yeah, I know you're talking about the mat. Lately here I've been into yin yoga, but truth be told, the only pose I've been doing lately is the child's pose, because that one tends to really work out my back, you know. And then I'll lean against my wall right here, and then I'll open my legs into a V. You know, they used to have us do that pose or do that like when we were in dance class to help our splits drop. Because, you know, gravity is going to do what it needs to do, and your legs are going to fall down, and eventually you're going to have a nice wide split. And I've been working on, you know, when I'm a good girl, I work on those things, because I feel like flexibility is super important, most definitely, and I want to maintain that. I'm pretty flexible though, all things considered. All things considered. You not freaked out? Freaked out by what, boo? Freaked out by what? Why do I eat meat? Oh, because it's tasty. It's tasty. I used to be a pescatarian, and I only ate seafood, and that was good too. I did that for about 10 years. Hey, shout out to you, 1340. But I'm not picky about, I'm not one of those people that's going to be like, because I'm a pescatarian, you need to be a pescatarian. Because I eat meat, you need to eat meat. Because I'm vegan, you need to eat vegan. Because I'm vegetarian, you need to be vegetarian. I'm not one of those people. And I think what helped me is, first of all, just not telling people what to do. But then also what really drove it home for me was a mentor, and she's still my mentor, who's from Haiti, who talked to me about how her grandmother gave them whatever they could get, and they blessed it, and they ate it, and it was good, and it blessed their soul. Yeah, I used to teach at multiple colleges, and there's an experiment called the bunny experiment. I've looked this up many times. Regardless of what you feed yourself, as long as you mix love and care in it, you'll be all right. That's the bunny experiment. Do I need to look up the bunny experiment for y'all today? Or do you? Because you know I'll go there. I'll go there. Of course, you know, you don't want to drink bleach and whatnot. Let's look up the bunny experiment for fun, shall we? And by the way, we didn't finish looking at that article that I pulled up about domestic violence. We just cracked the case on that article. But we'll get there. It smells really good in here, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's called the rabbit effect. Refers to a 1978 health experiment where researchers discovered that kindness and affection can be as important to health as diet. While studying the impact of high cholesterol foods on rabbits, one group of rabbits had 60% fewer heart issues, not due to diet, but because their researcher cuddled and loved them. Oh, hold on, let me get to the rest of that. Cuddled and loved them, showing that positive emotions can physically alter health outcomes. So I cuddle and I love myself. Yeah, but you know, some people say that, you know, everything is alive. Everything is alive. Even plants are alive. Plants are alive. No, I don't drink. What'd you say, Eddie? Sure what? Sure what, boo? What about milk? I'm not really a big fan of drinking milk. I used to back in the day, you know, but I don't really drink a lot of milk these days. I did get some ice cream today, but you know, yeah, I don't really eat a whole lot of cereal. I don't really have a reason. I mean, I use milk in my cornbread when I make homemade cornbread. No, I can't say I've ever gotten eaten before. Have you ever gotten eaten? Have you ever gotten eaten? Yeah, I'm definitely not a person to, I guess, shove my values down people's throats. Tokasaurus says I have gotten eaten. Toke, I thought it was a trick question for a minute. I wasn't sure how I should answer. Toke. Positive vibes to you too, GR. How are ya? Welcome. But yeah, I'm not the type of person to shove my values down somebody's throat. You know, I'm not. I'm just not. I know everybody has their own perspective. You know, I have friends who are vegan, and that's great. They can be vegan, and you know, sometimes we go out and we eat vegan, and it's good. It's good. There's a lot of good vegan dishes out there. I don't know what you mean, Joshua. What are you talking about, Willis? Just like there's a lot of vegetarian dishes that are good, you know. When I was pescatarian, and even now, like, well, how could you not? I eat, period. Whether it be vegan or hey, when. Oh yeah, corned beef. Maybe I should get cabbage, huh, Toke? Maybe. But then I'm gonna have to get some bacon. And then I'm gonna have to make it nasty. Yeah, I just eat. Shoot, I ain't got time to be picky. Just eat it and shut up and be blessed and be grateful that you have it. Because some people don't. Can you imagine if I go to people that are starving, you know, and I'm just like, well, you can only eat vegan. You can only eat vegetarian. Oh, is that right? Yeah. The Irish and potatoes go together because I believe that the potatoes helped save the Irish during the famine, if my memory serves me correctly. Let's look this up. There's a reason why those are staples. Let me look it up. Shout out to my Irish folks out there, and happy late St. Patrick's Day. Hold on, let me look this up though. Little fact check. Pre-famine dependency. The potatoes are something else. Before the famine, potatoes were essential for survival, enabling the Irish poor to live on tiny plots of land due to their high yield and nutritional value. However, their total dependence on one potato variety meant that when the blight struck, which was between 1845 and 1852, the failure of the crop destroyed their food source, causing mass starvation. Dang. Destruction of the food source. When the fungus hit, and they have the technical name for the fungus, in 1845, it spread rapidly, turning the potatoes into rotten sludge, which led to widespread malnutrition and death. Okay, hold on. I'm getting back to the chat. Interesting. Yeah, there was the potato famine. Is that right? I never heard of that. Football. Let me look that up. Hold on a second. Let me go to the chat. Again, shout out to my Irish people. Welcome. And shout out to France. Yeah, food is food. Oh yeah, I'm picky about my chicken. I mean, you know, I make chicken, so I remember when I was pescatarian and I wasn't eating chicken. Oh, I used to have dreams about chicken. Chicken was hard to let go for a season, but I did, and it was hard. I used to have dreams. chicken wings dancing in my dreams. Oh, that's okay, God in the flesh. I respect you. You can be vegan. I love my vegan people. I love my vegan people. I love everybody. Everybody's welcome here, whether you be on the carnivore diet or the vegan diet, you be vegetarian. You can be a breatharian. Whatever you want, I'm open to it. I respect it. I get it. You know, shout out to you. Okay, let me read more stuff in the chat. But that's okay. Oh, they were brought over from Peru. Is that right? I had an Irish friend. She hated the English. I have to look at the history there. Oh, you just went through a breakup. Oh, bummer. Well, there is an affirmation that I like to use sometimes, and it goes something like, people come into my life and they leave at the right time. Something like, I am free and they are free to live life as they choose. Something to that effect. I recommend 101 Affirmations by Louise Hay. But I'm sorry. I hope you're all right. Hi, 5012. Thank you. Ireland has the same saint as Nigeria. Oh, I didn't know that. What does breakfast like you eat for breakfast? I don't know. What? Can I tie my hair high to the... No. Let me tell you something. What? No. I got a lot of hair. So there is no way. There is no way. There is no way. Do I even have a hair tie over here? I thought I saw a hair tie around here somewhere. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck, buddy. I can't. Oh. It is a beautiful affirmation. What you say? You went through a heartbreak too? Hey, sweetie. Hey, 82. What you exactly, Tim? As long as I eat, baby. Baby, I'm not picky. Baby, just put the plate down. Put it down. Put it down. But yeah, for 10 years I was pescatarian, and that was a beautiful journey in itself. My iron was really low though, and my doctor, the nurse, I remember the nurse. I said this story before. I must have got some blood work done, and the nurse called me and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "What?" She was like, basically, "How are you alive, girl?" Your iron. You don't have any. Yeah. And then I had to take these iron pills. Oh, God in the flesh. God in the flesh. What am I going to do with you? What you say? Chicken dreams. Yeah, I had chicken dreams. Thank you. I am very special, and you are too. Am I a real doctor or Dr. Dre? Well, I'm definitely not Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre is Dr. Dre. Are you a real researcher or not? Because I do have that information posted and pinned. And the answer is my doctorate degree is in business. What's my sign? Andrew said, I don't know a damn thing about signs, but I want to know your sign. I guess we've had this conversation before. We talked about astrology before. 12 signs, 12 sign Aries, 13 sign Pisces. Okay. Yeah, he said Dr. Dre. I be wondering about people sometime. Like, how do you find your way? How do you find your way in life? How do you even manage to get up out of the bed in the morning? I wonder. All right. Thank you, Wave. Thank you, Tokosaurus. Let them know, for God's sakes. Oh, I have a South Detroit accent. Ooh, shout out to my Detroit people. I've said this before. So, I've never met a person from Detroit that was not real. People from Detroit, baby, let me tell you, they are real. They ain't got time for your foolishness. Real people. Why is who here? What y'all talking about? Who's a stalker? I love you too, 82. I love you too, 82. Yeah, God in the flesh. Everybody has their mission in life, and if your mission is to do what you do, then you shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. And I commend you on your mission. If your mission is to be a vegan and to spread the word of veganism, good for you. Good for you. Is that right? Is that right, Livs? People following you in the chat? That's weird. What you say, boo? What you say, Tope? Life is like a video game. Interesting. It is weird. I've never heard of that. People following you from chat to chat. That is crazy to me. Right, 82. Exactly. Who's following who? Because I'm nosy. What's my favorite type of food? Ooh, I'm Creole and Cajun, so I enjoy gumbo. And I like rice dressing. And I like salmon croquettes. You know what too? I like food, like Asian food. I like from all over. I'm talking like Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, Filipino. What about you? And then what other type of food do I like? Oh, I just like food. But Asian, I really like a lot of Asian food too. I really do. Cause man, there's nothing like a soup, like a pho or like a ramen, you know, when you feeling some kind of way, you know, when you need some nourishment in your body. You understand? My favorite dessert is I like a good creme brulee. A good creme brulee. What you say? God in the flesh. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, shout out to Texas. Oh, you're not a Texan, but you still say that. Well, really now. So Texas owns a place in your heart? Oh, what type of music? I listen to everything. 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 If I were to go to my history, just to give you an idea, when I say everything, I mean everything. I mean everything. Let me go to my music, because you guys already know that I get down with the get down. Okay, let's see. Look, how do I check my history on here? Indeed. Okay. Continue playing. Okay. So, for example, it was Diana Ross, Gordon Lightfoot, Diva Primal, with the, I think they're called the Gyoto Monks of Tibet, Sarah Vaughan, Shantae Moore, Jill Scott, Celia Cruz, John Elton, Doja Cat, Prince, Luther, Shantae Moore, Tony Braxton, Daryl Coley, LL Cool J, Blackstreet, Judy Garland, Helen Jane Long, Tamaya, Damian Marley, Shabba Ranks, Janet Jackson, Dan Fogelberg, Miles Davis, White Zombie, Chloe D'Angelo, Pastor Rudy, featuring Brian Wilson, Lauryn Hill. Those were just what I was listening to today on my way to go get some wings. What about you? Go back to the chat. I like it all. Yeah, Asian food is where it's at. It's where it's at. I mean, what is that one dish that's out where I used to hang out at, but we don't have it over here? It's like, I can't even think of the name of it, but it's good. Gosh, we don't have it here. It's like raw fish or something like that. It's good. What kind of doctor am I? A Dr. Frankenstein, to answer your question. Lifts. Thank you, 82. Thank you, Togosaurus. It's so easy, right? What's your favorite dessert, Eddie? What you feel, God in the flesh? I feel like it's counterproductive to talk about it now. Well, you're more than welcome to share what you like to eat too. Nobody's gonna tell you need to eat meat. I'm not gonna tell you need to eat meat. I'm not gonna give you facts about this and facts about that, because everything you look up, there are facts. Everything you look up, there are probably facts to support one's argument. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there, because that's not what I'm about. I'm not here to make anybody eat like me or act like me, talk like me, and I'm not even really here to have that conversation about nutritional value of veganism versus another type of diet, because I'm sure, and I know what information is already out there, because I've looked at both sides of the spectrum. What you mean you can't send me a gift, boo? Tim, what you trying to send me? What you trying to send me, Tim? Shoop-a-doop, shoop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Sorry, I was playing that song. But yeah, I make a mean vegan cheesecake. I'm going to tell you that right now. I got the recipe a long time ago. One of my favorite YouTubers is a raw vegan. And she had this cookbook that I got from her a long time ago. She had some really good recipes in there. One was involving couscous and all of that. But yeah, I don't discriminate. What's a YouTube gift? Maybe because I need to have more views, Tim. Who was being weird with you, Lips? Yeah, Lips. I'm telling you. Yeah, that Asian food is where it's at. It's where it's at. I'm telling you. I like Mexican food too. Like, oh yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Some of the best coffee, my underwear in my butt again. Some of my best favorite coffee I got was in Mexico. Favorite hot chocolate I got was in Mexico. Like, yeah, for real. Ooh, Star Crunch or ice cream? Star Crunch. They still have those? Star Crunches used to be the bomb, if it's what I'm thinking. If it's what I'm thinking. I'm probably gonna go with the Star Crunch. Because then I could have it with a cup of tea. And that sounds really delicious. Yum, yum, yum. Yum. What you talking about, 82? I listen to a lot of Sleep Token. Who's Sleep Token, Andre? No, it's like sushi, but it's I can't think of it because they serve it in a bowl and then it has a different fish and then it has an avocado and this and that. You know what I'm talking about. It's so good. We don't have it here, not yet. There's a name for it and I can't think of it because my mind is like, please lay down. Yeah, YouTube for the Star Crunch. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. But they still have that. They used to have Star Crunch at the corner store when I was a kid. Do they still sell them? I mean, are they a Little Debbie item? Like Nutty Bars? Remember Nutty Bars? I like Nutty Bar. I like Nutty Bars. I do. I don't think they're popular anymore. I don't think so. You know, and you know what else I like too? I like the what do you call it? The oatmeal cream cakers. Oh, they are. They are popular. Interesting. I need to get it together. Yeah, Tim, I think I need to get more views in order for you guys to send me gifts. I think it's because, well, you know, a lot of times I end up making the lives private, and so that keeps people from seeing them. Because, you know, but lately here, I've been keeping them public. Let me go back to this article that I was looking at earlier so I can save it for next time, since y'all totally derailed the whole conversation. But it's a good one. Let me save it to my notes. It's called the Macho Paradox. Actually, let me go back to where I was. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about this article. Then whatever comes to mind here, yeah? So earlier, first of all, we have talked about a lot. You know we have. I can't even tell you what the hell we talked about all together. I know we talked about telepathy. Okay. What you say? Why you have a wonderful chat room? I have a great chat room. Yeah. Why what, boo? Why what? Oh, why I'm not, why you can't send gifts or why I don't have views? Because like I said, I think it's because, I don't know. I would hide the lives because sometimes, I don't know, sometimes when we would have our chats in the past, I would keep them private because I felt like they were really exclusive, and they are exclusive in a lot of ways. And so, you know, sometimes people say certain things during the chat and then it's like, you know, very personal, very intimate type things. And it's kind of like me being a mother over the people who share their heart and just feeling like, this is a safe place for them to do that. You know, not so much it being about a bunch of views. I was more concerned about just having that type of intimacy in the chat. You know, like one of those you just have to be there type moments. You know, that's one. And then two, you can't control who sees your stuff on YouTube. You know, like on my Instagram, it's private. I can control who I let up in there. YouTube, not so much. Not so much. And so, you know, I might have somebody watching me that I really don't want to know about what's going on in my life movie. You know, it happens. And so I was just like, let me just keep certain things private. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? But otherwise, you know, it would be different. But lately here, I've been letting them be public anyway. And that has increased my watch hours, you know. So I think I'll probably be monetized maybe by the end of this year if I keep things public and if I keep with the momentum that I've been having. And it's interesting because I'm not sure if it was ever a goal to be monetized by YouTube because I've always been just doing other stuff, you know? And I just kind of started my YouTube with the intentions on just wanting to be here with you all. And that's it. And just do that. You know, I don't even think I had thought about monetizing. Yeah. And then they changed the rules with monetizing to make it, I guess, easier. Thank you, God in the flesh. Thank you for being here always. I appreciate you. You have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. But yeah. So, but now we'll see what happens. It's not something that, if it happens, it happens, and that's great. Let's just put it like that. But yeah. Let me see if I missed anything in the chat. And then I'm going to go back to this article. Hey, Joseph. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Nice to have you here. And shout out to Richmond, Virginia. I haven't been to Virginia yet. I've heard some great things. How do you like living out in Virginia? What are some of your favorite things to do in Virginia? Sleep Token is a really good band. It's like rock mixed with a lot of harmonies. Get out of here. And rap too? That's interesting, Andre. I'm gonna have to check it out. Hold on, let me Google it. Let me Google it. Sleep Token. That's an interesting name too. Sleep. Oh yeah, it's like a rock band. Oh wow, they look interesting. What you got me looking at? Why does he look like this? Why he got his stuff on his face like that? What kind of madness? Why does he look like this? Why? What you got me looking up? Why he look like this? Why you got the mask on like that? Why do they wear masks? They look scary. They look scary. Pink Moon Lust. What? I don't know, y'all. This right here is scary enough for me. I don't like masks. I scared. I'm a really sensitive person. I can't do it. Oh, thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Oh, is that right? So the looks are deceiving? Okay, all right. I'll check them out. I'm scared though. They scared me. Hmm. They scared me. Um, yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, you know, my YouTube channel, I want to talk about slow growing. Oh, let me tell you something. I've had this channel for a long time. You want to talk about slow growing? What you say, Benny? I just like, and I'm okay with that. I guess I'm okay with that. What you say? I'm going to be like, what? Okay. Why does he look like that though? Why do they wear masks? I'm scared. I'm okay with my channel taking forever and a day to grow. You know, I remember maybe when I had 100 subscribers and I was like, yay! You know, and then I remember when I made it to 1,000 subscribers and I was like, and then 2,000 subscribers, I was like, wow! You know, and now I'm on the cusp of inching towards 3,000 subscribers. And let me just say this. It might not be a lot to those bigger channels out there, and that's okay. I'm grateful. I'm tearing up. Y'all, I'm a sensitive lady. I'm grateful for what I have. For me, it's quality over quantity. I just like being able to come in here and laugh with you all, look up stuff with you all, have all sorts of random conversations with you all, and just enjoy you. Oh, I'm not afraid of anything, Benny. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of my channel growing. It's just, you know, I figure that everything happens in divine timing. And I enjoy what I have. Because, yeah, I enjoy what I have. I never really had the intention, thank you, I never really had the intention to, I guess, grow my channel anyway. And, you know, people are fickle. People change, you know. Like, I'm not a religious person. I get on here and I talk about everything. You know, one minute somebody like you, next minute they don't. You know you can't please everyone. I'm actually not here to please anyone. Actually. Not here to please anyone, you know. Yet I will tell you this much. Sometimes people have a hard time accepting me as I am. Yet I accept everyone as they are. And what I mean by that is, I don't care about your religion. I don't care if you have a religion. You know, I don't care about your sexual preference. I don't care about your gender. I don't care about, thank you. I don't care about your politics. And they're not decorations. These were the last mala beads that my master blessed. May he continue to rest in power. Yeah, I don't care about your diet, what you eat, what you don't eat, vegan, carnivore, breatharian. I don't care. I simply want to love you. Thank you, Andre. I simply want to love you and laugh with you. We talk our shit. We do our research. We also talk our shit. We share our opinions. We also give facts that make us think and say, interesting. We talk about all kinds of things here. there really is no subject that is off subject for us. You know, we like to talk a lot about science and the outskirts of science, esoteric things, spiritual sciences. You know, we talk about religion too. We talk about God and, you know, the history of these things and going deeper into the study. Like we talked about telepathy, and I was going to talk about ESP a little bit, which we kind of did, but then we got sidetracked and started talking about serial killers. And so there was that. Then we got to talking about serial killers, and then somehow that led us to talk about domestic violence. And then I was reading this article about holding men in general accountable, because we gave out some interesting statistics, you know. So I appreciate having a group of people that can just go with me everywhere, you know. We'll go from talking about something deep to talking about what's your favorite food, you know. Seriously. And I enjoy that. I enjoy that. So if the channel continues to grow and we maintain that type of connection, I think what I enjoy the most about my channel is being able to talk to you guys like you're in my kitchen with me, because you are. You are. The only thing you're missing is a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. You know, and this is why when people come into the room, when they say hi, I say hi, how you doing, blah, 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 how's your day, yada, yada. We have that type of chemistry. We have chemistry, you know, and I like that. To me, that's beyond numbers. And also, too, I'm old enough to know that just because something is popular doesn't mean it's good. I'm sure there's a lot of popular channels out there, but, you know, it's like wah, wah, wah. And I'm not putting down anybody's channel. I'm just saying, I enjoy us. I enjoy us. We matter. Coming in here, again, no matter what your ethnicity is, what country you're in, I don't give a damn. And I think that's part of what makes this channel unique. It does. Because I accept you. And I hope you can accept me too. But if you can't accept me, you know I don't give a damn about that either. Hey, Andre. I'm glad you feel welcome here. And because you are. Because you are. And that's the thing, too. This is what I need grown-ups to remember again. See, because back in my day, in the 1900s, you could have a difference of opinion and still be cordial, still love, you know? It didn't mean anything other than you just having a difference of opinion. And that's okay. We can have difference of opinion. I don't want you to think like me. What's it, LeVar Burton said, but don't take my word for it. Please don't. I got cold. Don't take my word for it. You know, this is not a place for group think where everybody thinks the same anyway. I'm not an advocate of group think. I like to think of the people who are in this community. Oh, we need a name, by the way. We need a community name. I almost forgot to bring that up. I like to think of people in this community as free thinkers anyway. So you're welcome to think however you think. That's fine. I would prefer you to think however you want to think versus thinking how I think. The Beehive. Oh, okay. But what about Beyonce? Because doesn't she have the Beehive? Tim, I don't want no problems now. The Beehive. I really do like that name, though. Do they call Beyonce's group the Beehive? There's a whole Beyonce story that I could tell you guys, but y'all be like, you would probably think I'm lying. But you know what? The Beekeepers. I like that too. Beekeepers. The chocolate beehive. Yes, I am definitely a chocolate bee. Indeed. Indeed. Those are some good names. Let me write some of those down so we can do a vote. Anybody else got any ideas? Tim, you got any more ideas? Let me see what you say. The Beehive. But you know, it's like the Beehive, the Beekeepers. Chocolate Beehive. And so on. Okay. Now, where is that article that I was looking at earlier that I left 100 years ago? So, you guys, I don't know why I'm dead set on reading some of this article, but apparently I am. All right. So, we're talking about, we entered the chat on talking about domestic violence. Somebody asked a really good question about men today, not men, but younger, like boys, and something about isolation or something, and how I felt about that. No, I've never been to Ghana, but I have a really good girlfriend who is from there, and one of my hairdressers from back in the day was from there, and she gave me some rice, and it was the best rice. I feel like Ghanaians have the best rice, period. But anyway, shout out to Ghana. And shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so we were talking about serial killers, and then we ended up giving some statistics, and then we ended up talking about men, and then we ended up talking about young men and how I felt about them being in isolation and this and that. And that led to this article about domestic violence. And so the first question was asked was something about how do you keep yourself safe from sexual assault? And we asked the men in the chat that. They gave some crazy answers. And we asked the women in the chat, there were no women here. And I gave my answer because I was the only woman here. And here it says, according to the article, these are some of the things that the women said, and I'll get to it. Tim, you remember what happened. I stopped when it said, be careful not to drink too much. Don't put my drink down and come back to it. Make sure I see it being poured. Own a big dog. Carry mace or pepper spray. Have an unlisted phone number. That's another thing. Like, I'm thinking about changing my number. Anyway, have a man's voice on my answering machine. Something that women have to think about. Park in well-lit areas. Absolutely. Don't use parking garages. Interesting. Never thought about that. Don't get on elevators with only one man or a group of men. Hey, Fit. Where you at, Fit? Vary my route home from work. I used to do that. Watch what I wear, because sometimes women don't use highway rest areas. Interesting. Use a home alarm system. These are all things to remind you that some of the women in the audience said, oh, I see. What steps do you take on a daily basis to prevent yourselves from being sexually assaulted? For those of you who are just entering the chat, or for those of you who have forgotten what we were talking about 100 years ago, these are some of the answers that the women gave. The men didn't really have any answers, and there's a reason why, which I'm getting to it in a minute. The women had a laundry list of answers, and some of these answers I can relate to. Okay. Don't wear headphones when jogging. Avoid forest or wooded areas, even in the daytime. Don't take a first floor apartment. Interesting. Go out in groups. Own a firearm. Meet men on first dates in public places. Absolutely. Make sure to have a car or cab fare. Absolutely. Don't make eye contact with men on the street. Make assertive eye contact with men on the street. The exercise can go on for almost half an hour. This is what I want to get to. Invariably, the board fills up on the women's side. Is that right, Fit Perspective? This is true with slight variations in urban, suburban, and rural areas. Many women say the list is like an unconscious mental checklist, despite 3 decades of Take Back the Night rallies and feminists raising consciousness about the politics of women's safety. Few women in the audience where I presented think about their daily routines in terms of larger cultural issues or political questions. It's just the way it is, we feel, they say, and we feel as women. It's what we have to do to feel safe. This is interesting. Getting to the kicker in a minute. At the end of the exercise, I always hasten to point out that most sexual assaults are perpetrated not by the strangers lurking in the bushes, but by men who know their victims, often in the victim's home. The irony, okay? Some women do get angry when they see the radical contrast between the women's side of the chalkboard, which is always full, and the men's, which is almost always blank. Some men react emotionally when they contemplate the full chalkboard on the women's side. They're shocked, saddened, and angered. Many report its effects as life-changing. Many of them had never before taken the time to think about this subject. This is why I'm bringing it here. They knew violence against women was a problem in our culture, but not this big of a problem. They didn't realize how far-reaching it was. They didn't think it affected them. They were unaware or in denial about the fact that it has become the norm in the United States for women and girls to remain hyper-vigilant, sometimes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, about the possibility of being raped. How could so many men be oblivious to such a basic aspect of life for the women and girls around them? One of the most plausible explanations is that violence against women has historically been seen as a women's issue. We focus on the against women part of the phrase and not the fact that men are the ones doing it, okay? But the long-running American tragedy of men's violence against women is really more about men and our problems than it is about women. And this is why I have a domestic violence course, and I teach men separately and I teach women, you see, because the men need to work on their shit and the women need to work on their things as well. Okay. All right. The women who the violence is predominantly happening to, there's things that they need to know. And the men who are predominantly causing the violence, there's things they need to know. It's very important. It's a tragedy, you guys. Anyway, I'll say again, but the long-running American tragedy is beyond American. Of men's violence against, it's global. Of men's violence against women is really more about men and our problems, because a man wrote this article, than it is about women. We are the ones committing the vast majority of violence. And I got to this subject because we were talking about serial killers, and then we were talking about men being isolated. And for some reason, that made me think of how some of these platforms Bad Gamer, on YouTube are toxic, you guys. They're toxic to the young men of this generation, teaching them to not like women, teaching them to hate women, teaching them to mistreat women. I know Bad Gamer, like, and I'm sure you know more than me, because I don't, just the little bit that I've seen. I said, what? I don't come from that society. I don't come from that world. You know, I come from a world where man loves woman, woman loves man. You know, my parents, they have been together forever. You know, going on, gosh, it'll be 30 years of marriage in a minute. And the way that my mother loves my dad, and the way that my dad shows up and is present and cares for my mother, you know, she cares for him in her way. He cares for her in his way. But they're both ways that each other receive. It's definitely not what we're seeing in this world, where the younger men are being taught, some of them are being taught through social media, in some cases, to hate women. It's crazy. Now, in my reality, in my world, the day-to-day communication that I have, and lately I've had more communication with younger folks because it's the season for younger folks to come to this town. Yeah, like Kevin Samuels. Don't even get me started. It's just crazy. Like the whole culture of hating women. But anyway, in my experience, the young folks that I come around, the young men that I come around, they come to their senses around me. They come to their senses around me. They respect me. You know, some of them look at me like an elder. And I am. I'm like, I could be your mother. I really could. So, you know, I have a positive interaction with younger men. But when I catch them, because I do catch them, talking about women in general, it's so disrespectful. It's crazy. Yeah, Bad Gamer, positive vibe. It's crazy. But yeah, social media has helped to create toxic environments. And it's not just for men, but that's what we're talking about. Just like if I spin it and say, social media has also popularized women who only, and I mean only, want you if you have some money. And what I mean by that is what I said. It has popularized, drain his bank account, you know, and that's crazy too. Crazy. Yeah, and rap music. Now I like all music. You know. Yet I'm conscious enough to know and to see that, yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery in these lyrics. No doubt. No doubt about it. But yeah, so you have men who are acting a damn fool. And then you also have women who are acting a damn fool too. And it's just like, there appears to be a disconnect, is what I'm saying. There appears to be a malfunctioning happening around here. Yeah. And, you know, Some of the rap that they have nowadays, I don't even know, because it was already getting bad in the what was that, in the early 2000s and whatnot, you know, or the 90s. It was already getting tore up, but now, at least when Tupac was rapping, in some ways, some of his lyrics still uplifted women. You know, I don't even know if we have that anymore. Maybe, what's that guy's name? Kendrick? I don't follow these people. But I'm pretty sure some of his songs have been uplifting. But I don't even know if he's popular to the babies, to the kids. I'm talking about the 20-something-year-olds, because 20-something-year-olds are like babies to me, overall. And what you say? Okay, I believe you're a gentleman. But yeah, with Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace. He, I'm sure, did some positive things. Okay. But also, what I noticed a lot of people took away was this value system, this sense of telling people that they don't have value. For example, a woman doesn't have value if she has kids or this or that or overweight and this and that. It's just like, or a man doesn't have value unless he has this and this and that. And I felt like that did more harm. Yeah, like Dear Mama. Thank you, Big Bad Gamer. I feel like that did more harm in a lot of ways than it did good. Because then you have people judging themselves by superficial things. And not that health is a superficial thing, but what I'm saying is, just because a person is overweight doesn't mean that they don't have value. That's foolishness. Foolishness. What you say about cannabis? I'm 420 friendly. Yeah, I'm 420 friendly. I feel like cannabis needs to be legal everywhere. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know the political reason why it hasn't been, you know, which has some things to do with the alcohol industry. You know, the powers that be that want to keep people sick. I think that cannabis ought to just be legal everywhere and the government need not be involved, period. That's okay. We don't have to share the same opinion. But I'm 420 friendly. I don't care what people do. I don't care what people do with the plant. It's a plant. It's a plant that grows from the ground. If people decide they want to eat it, heat it up and eat it. Let the people eat. Let the people have cake. Again, I'm not a drinker. I don't care if people drink. I think grown-ups ought to be able to choose what they do for themselves. I'm not Holy Ghost Jr. Not. I ain't. Period. The only person I'm concerned about monitoring is me. But yeah, I'm pro let the people do what they want. As long as they're not hurting nobody, that ain't got shit to do with me. And I had to come to that place. I wasn't always there. But let me tell you, like my mother always tells me, as you get older, your thoughts change. yeah, your thoughts change. I used to be judgmental. I've already had my time of being judgmental. I've had my time of, in a way, looking down my nose at people. I've had my time. And I've come to the conclusion that that's not the way for me. So, yeah, I'm 420 friendly. I'm 420. I'm let the people do what they want to do. I don't care about psychedelics. I don't care about none of that. If that's what the people want to do, if they're not hurting anybody, I don't care. At the end of the day, what am I doing to make this world a better place? Personally. Oh, is that right? I like that. I am very interesting. Yeah, some people, they have many different reasons. I've been in the cannabis industries. I've already talked about that. Yeah. There's people who have stage 4 cancer who use cannabis. What do I look like telling them, no, don't you take that medicine? Why? Because I said so. Because I'm against it. Please. Please. I don't even care. I'm not one of those people that feels that because I'm not doing something, then somebody else needs to not do it. There's a name for that. I can't think of the name, but I'm sure there's a name for it. I'm not one of those people, baby. This is why people can drink around me. I'm not bothered, even though I don't drink. Am I going to tell them, oh, because I don't drink, you shouldn't drink? No. I'm going to shut the fuck up and drink my tea. And let them have a great time. And mind my business. I'm going to mind my business. Somebody look at your neighbor and say, mind your damn business. That's what I'm going to do. If we had more people, this is my opinion now. If we had more people who were just minding their own damn business and not trying to be Holy Ghost Junior to everybody, trying to tell people how they need to live and what they need to eat and what religion they need to be in, what group they need to vote for, and how they need to identify on the census and all this other shit. If we had less Holy Ghost Juniors and we had more people who were just taking accountability for themselves, then the world wouldn't be as fucked up as it is. But you always got somebody, their whole face, nose, body in somebody else's backyard instead of tending to their own weeds in the garden. Thank you. And Granny was right. Granny was right. And let me say what Granny said right here. Ain't no business like your own business. Come on, Quay. Ain't no business like your own business. People spend too much time. What you say, Eddie? I don't pay things no mind. You get to make your own decisions as a grown-up. I'm gonna tell you to, Be mindful. Whatever you do, be mindful. Be aware, be conscious, be present. Watch it. Whatever you do, enjoy it. Whatever you do, don't hurt anybody. But I'm not, and I can't, and I'm not going to be Holy Ghost Jr. for anybody. You know. No, I don't have any kids of my own. I do have a stepdaughter who's 23. Stepdaughter. From a previous relationship. She has her own mother. She has her own father. I'm just her stepmom. Even so, I don't judge her. She's got the right to choose how she wishes to live her life movie. That's a grown up. What I look like, reaching all the way over in somebody else's life movie when I got my whole life movie right here. It says what? Work out your own salvation. And to me, that means my own damn business. My own damn business. Be a light. You know, be a light. Now, I don't know how we even got there, but let me go back to this article. Right, it's all about choices. You make the choice. You got to deal with the consequences of whatever choice you done made. You know? You got to deal with it. It's like you lay down, you have sex with someone. It's a possibility that you guys might have a baby. You know what I mean? It's a possibility. You got to be prepared for those consequences. If you're not prepared for the consequences, maybe you think twice about them. You fool around, you take ayahuasca, it's a possibility you might be throwing up all night. You got to be prepared for the consequences. You fool around and you take an edible that bites back, you might feel like you're going to go see Jesus. You got to be prepared for the consequences. What you say, you on a quit journey? Oh, good for you. Consequences depending on what you do. The consequences vary depending on what it is that you do, my love. What you say, quit journey, facing consequences of a habit. I see. Yeah, and shout out to my people who are on their quit journey. Good for you. Good for you. You have to do what's best for you. Whatever is best for you. And listen to your body. Or don't. It's up to you. Personally, I listen to my body. I find that I haven't gone wrong listening to my body. My body says, we don't like that. We can't do that. Body says, leave that alone. We're not doing that. Body says, lay down. We're going to lay down. Body says, you know what I mean? And that has served me well. Personally. Listening to my body. Giving my body what it wants when it wants it. Leaving things alone that my body say, leave that the fuck alone. Including people. Situations and things. What you say, Nick? So yeah, that's helped me. I imagine some people, you know, they get caught up in all kinds of things. I'm not the person to judge. Because like I said, I got my own shit over here. You know what I mean? I don't have any time to be looking at the weeds in somebody else's backyard. Absolutely not. And nope, that's not me. That's not my calling. That's not my role. It's just not. It ain't, y'all. Okay, so what we say? My mind's telling me no. Yeah, you got to be mindful of your energy at all. Well, I am mindful of who I share my energy with. This is why my block game is fierce. This is why I think I'm going to change my number. You know, I purposely keep myself from having access to me. I keep certain people from having access to me. What you say, Nick, boo? What you talking about? What you say? Come in the house and look at the furniture. See, that's another thing. That's funny, Nick. I'm gonna do with you. Funnies. But yeah, no. We have too many people out here who are just so righteous and all the way wrong. Please. Grown up adult conversations all day, baby. 24/7. I can hold. You see how my hands are looking right now. I can hold a room for a bit. See, I used to teach for hours. Exactly like that I am. There was an accelerated college I used to work for. Oh, I haven't changed my number. Let me tell you. Okay, this is going to sound really crazy to you, but the 7 digits of my number has been the same probably since I got a cell phone, which was, I fought long and hard to not get a cell phone. I was stuck on the landline forever. I refused to get a cell phone. I don't think I got a cell phone until like 2000. I know. The only thing, I know, Tim, the only thing that changed was the area code. And that changed 10 years ago. I kid you not. Quay, I kid you not. That's why I'm like, y'all, I think it's time I change my number. Don't you think so? If my number has been the same, pretty much, the 7 digits since I've had a cell phone, that's crazy. The only thing that changed was the area code. And that was 10 years ago. That's mind-blowing. My mother has had the same number since the beginning of time. The beginning of time. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't even know. I wasn't thinking about this sis until the other day when I thought about changing my number. And I said, well, wait a minute, how long? Right. Since the notebook. Didn't they have a notebook? I remember my coworker, it's when I was in the police department. My coworker had this notebook situation thing. I thought it was so cool, but I thought it was cumbersome. Like, what are you gonna do with this? Some extra stuff to carry around. I did not want a cell phone. I wanted to just have a landline. I remember when we just used to have a landline. And if you couldn't be reached, you just couldn't be reached. Soul solstice. Well, you just couldn't be reached. Exactly. There was this whole notebook situation. Yes, I'm ready for summer. First of all, summer is already here. It's already hot as fuck here. Summer came early. So, you know, yeah, she had some sort of black, it was big, it was nice, but I was confused. It was so confusing. I remember when they first came out with that, I was like, what do you do with that? What's that? Oh yeah, remember when we used to play the music on the answer machine, be like, ba 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 ba. Hello, you have reached B. Sorry, I'm unavailable right now, but you know what to do. You put your bedroom voice on. Yes, we all did that. We all did that. And then I remember you would dial, I think it was star 6-7 when you didn't want somebody to see your number? Yeah, it was star 6-7. And you dial private. Yeah. Yeah, we can get coffee. Where we going? Where we going? Yep, star 6-7. Star 6-7. And then people would just leave a message, and then that was it. Or you'd be like, when somebody called, but don't pick up the phone. Exactly. Put that sexy bedroom voice on. But yes, you don't want to hear my bedroom voice, because let me tell you something. I make panties wet. Please understand. Please understand. Please understand. I live remote. Soul solstice. Are you ready for the summertime? I live remote. What you say? Please don't quit. Yeah, y'all ain't ready for it. You're not ready. You're not ready. I don't even want to do y'all like that. I don't want to do you like that. It's too late. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to do. I'm not trying to send you off like that. But yeah, I remember those days. I wish we had them back. In a way. You know what I mean? I don't like the fact that people can reach you at any time. That's annoying. I never got comfortable using the BlackBerry. I never got comfortable using the BlackBerry. You know. I should just get a jitterbug and be done with it. Because Apple done got on my nerves too now. They're just so money hungry and greedy, and they do all kinds of foolish things. I don't even know if they're an ethical company. Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, I miss the days where you didn't work, where the phone wasn't attached to your hip, you know. It would seem like we're more connected now, but yet we're disconnected. And you know what's missing is presence. Yeah, Steve Jobs. Yeah, what you say? Imagine we didn't have phones. We had to write letters. I know the letters would be heartfelt. Oh yeah, I remember when Boost Mobile, when they just came out, I was like, what is that? People thought it was so crazy. I used to listen to this. Okay, so some guy I dated was kind of like, he was like a pro-black guy. I think he was. Then I had a coworker who was like a pro-black guy, which, you know, you do what you want to do. My coworker used to wear this beret. He had a jerry curl. We talked about jerry curls earlier. We worked in an office that had, you know, mostly, it was white and black, but mostly white. He would play this radio show that was racist as fuck. He was pro-black. On the radio show, it was a conspiracy that those Boost Mobile things that were popping up everywhere, that they were controlled by the government and this and that. And I was just like, wow. But yeah, that's what people thought. Funnies. Yeah, want your fingerprint for everything. Like, there's no privacy. The IDs have changed. It's just like, it makes you want to just run away. It makes you want to just live in a secluded place and just, I kid you not, just have your own farm, be on solar, you know, have a wooden stove, have a wooden stove and some trees that you could get some wood from. All of this technology, call me whatever you want to call me, boo. All of this technology makes you want to just, for me, just run away. Just run away. It's too much. It's too much. This is why I have taken a break from Facebook. I have taken a break from, what's that other thing? Instagram. I never got on TikTok myself. My assistant created an account for me for the business, which is probably still up there, which I'm gonna have to get her to take it down. But I never created my own TikTok. I never did. I just can't. I don't even know if TikTok is still around. Probably. But all that madness, and I can't even imagine, this is just my opinion, there's no judgment to you guys, but I can't even imagine. Facebook used to be a place that was okay, but now you go on Facebook and it's just like, you know, it just seems like people are upset, people got their political opinion, you know. And then Instagram, people are making fun of other people. I mean, I think human beings in general are funny. In general, we all have a funny bone. But I just see stuff that it's just like, you know. Plus, I'm really not into the news. And I know that sounds crazy. Why don't you want to be informed? I really don't give a damn. I guess that's why. I guess that's why, you know, because the news is mostly so negative, and it's just like, there's an article that I could find about the psychological warfare. Totally takes the humanity out of interactions, totally. And then now when we add, you know, like AI, now I'm not against AI, or for AI, or against it. Let's just say that. Everything has pluses and minuses. But what I'm saying is, nowadays, you don't know if you're talking on video to a whole human being. And you know what I think is going to happen? Here's what I theorize. I think that people are going to get so sick and tired of not having real connection. They're going to crave human connections. That's what I think. They're going to get tired of all the bullshits, and they're going to go back to being able to sit and have, or wanting to be able to sit and have conversations. But see, the thing is, it's going to take an adjustment, because at this point in time, yeah, I have a Facebook. At this point in time, we are all, I feel, to some degree, maybe not all of us, but a vast majority, I would guesstimate, addicted to our phones. And I'm going to tell you something else strange. When I decide to go on a walk sometimes, and I purposely keep my phone, like in my car, my purse, away from me, like not on my person, I kid you not, I feel different. In a good way. In a good way. I feel like, wow. And do you guys feel like that? Eddie, you see that happening? Do you feel like that when I'm not on, when my phone is, and I don't even have to be on my phone, when my phone is not on my body, when I don't have it, it's not in my purse, it's somewhere in the car, or maybe it's at home, I feel like a free person. I feel free. The phone has become like a weight. It's like a weight. It's something which I know for me, I check my emails, check your email. Good for you, soul solstice. And you ain't missing nothing. You're not missing a damn thing. Okay? You're not missing a damn thing. It was always simply a tool for you. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah. But emails on the phone, check my messages on the phone. That's enough. That's so funny, Quay. That's so funny. Yeah, I've lost my phone many times and I have to do the sound thing or be like, hey, Siri, where are you? She'll be like, over here. But yeah, good for you if you don't have that piece of a phone addiction. But I feel like, and I say that for myself because I check my emails on my phone. I look up stuff on my phone. Is right here. I look at my messages on my phone. To me, that's more than enough. It's more than enough. Other than that, I don't spend time on my, ChatGPT. I like ChatGPT. But other than that, I'm not on my phone, but I feel like that's more than enough right there. There's pluses and minuses to everything, like I said, but I do wish that we had a timeout. There ought to be, how there's a National Potato Day? There ought to be a National Put Your Phone Down Day on the calendar. That would be great. Oh, wouldn't that be great? It'd be difficult because you're in muscle memory, check your emails, but you're not gonna miss nothing, really. Because when we had landlines, we were okay. You check your email when you get to a computer. But it's because I think of social media, most definitely, that has most people attached to their phone. Most people are probably attached to their phone because of social media. Let's just be real. Because of the constant scrolling and this and that. Oh, yeah. And that's set up by design. So that they could say, well, decrease a person's attention span. What about baby mamas? Soul solstice, what? I'm saying the world would totally lose its mind, Quay. People would lose their shit if we had, what if it was mandatory? Forget about it. Forget about it. I remember when, I think it was TikTok. Was it TikTok that was shut down for a little bit and people were like going off? They were going off. But what's funny to me, and I don't know if this is true, I have to do some fact checking because it's been a minute. So I had heard, y'all let me know if it's true, you do the fact check, that the Chinese government has a completely different version of TikTok for their citizens than the version that the American people have. And you guys understand, from what I understand, that it's the Chinese government that owns TikTok. That's the last time I checked, which is interesting. It's interesting. China. It's crazy. So it's like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all, Quay. I don't trust it at all. Just because of those possibilities. I don't say possibilities because I haven't fact checked it myself, but that's what I heard, and you guys are confirming that. I'm just like, and I haven't checked it, but that's what I heard. And to me, that's enough. Like, why in the world would you give your citizens over there a completely different variation of TikTok and give us this? It ain't right. Something ain't right. Something ain't right about that now. Something ain't right. You see? But I don't know. I feel like people, it's a tool. It's a tool. These social medias are a tool to influence at a massive level. And these businesses have got a hold of it. And you see it now. When I went to my parents' house and I was watching their TV, because you know I don't have TV over here. I haven't had TV forever. I was watching TV over there and I noticed some of the commercials. Please tell me why. The commercials now have the YouTube influencers. Yeah, you know why. Go ahead and guess why. I'll wait. They have the YouTube influencers because they are trying to build trust from an audience that's already been built up. Once upon a time, you didn't see people like, what's his name? I'm not going to shout out their names because I'm not trying to make this negative. But what I'm saying is these companies are riding off the YouTube audience. They're riding off the YouTube audience of these influencers. They want their audience and they want the money from their audience. And the YouTube influencer, they just want a check. So they say, oh yeah, this product is great. Yeah, for goofy behavior. Oh yeah, have you noticed that? This is what I noticed when I was at my parents' house and I was watching TV. I said, wait a minute, that's such and such from YouTube. He has a YouTube channel. Now he's in this commercial. It's all set up by design, guys. It's all set up by design. And this is not to knock anybody's hustle. Because, hey, if you get a commercial deal, I think that's excellent. I think that's excellent. Yet, what it signals is, I'm working with a trustworthy company. It's just like influencing on another level. I have a product that I like that they gave me, or maybe I don't even like it, but they gave it to me, for example, this soft lips, and I say, oh, you guys, yes, this soft lips is so great. I put it on my lips and my lips are soft all day. Knowing good and well my lips are going to be dry in the next 5 minutes. But I tell you, use the code in my such and such in the link to buy soft lips. I'm getting paid from soft lips by even advertising their shit. And I'm getting paid to have you click the link and buy the shit that I know doesn't work. Okay, the commercials are just next level. Now I do a Geico. Tim, now you see me in a Geico commercial. Can you imagine tomorrow you wake up and you see me in a Geico commercial? You'll be like, that's B. But please believe me, that doesn't mean that Geico is the right insurance to get. It just means that B went and got a check. That's what I'm saying. These influencers, baby, they ain't worth a damn. I said it. I said it. They ain't worth a damn. Nobody can be trusted anymore. They can't. Because they need to buy groceries too. There's just no... There's just no ethics. There's just no ethics. Nobody cares. The company don't care that uses the influencer. Influencer don't care they're using the company, and everybody's using the people's audience. And the audience is like, "Ooh, sign me up. I know him." I know him. You don't know a damn thing. You know they have a YouTube channel. You don't know him. Talking about you know him. It's like my mother, you know, when I was growing up, I'd be like, "Oh, my friend, my friend, my friend." My mother would be like, "What friend? Everybody's your friend, huh?" Well, what she was saying was, everybody ain't your damn friend. You think somebody is your friend just because you see them all over social media. There's a word for that besides damn fool, but there's a word for that. But the commercials know it. They use the psychology. It works all the time. And then they end up getting a lot of sales because this person knows this person. They think they know this person, but they really don't know him. They just see him all the time. And so they trust him because why would he lie? That nigga lying. Anyway, y'all, I done went on another tangent. Listen here. You guys, of course. But what I'm saying is, you really don't know anybody. Can I just be real with y'all? You really don't know anybody on these YouTube streets, period. Only somebody real is gonna tell you that. Period. So don't just be out here blindly trusting people just because you see their signature or their name or their face on a product, because not everybody is operating in the spirit of integrity. These are facts. These are facts. Yeah, I can tell you you're my friend all day and mean that in my soul, but you don't know that unless you're sitting at my table. You see what I'm saying? Unless we have history together and you're sitting at my table and you get to know me for real. For real. Oh, I know, boo. Right. I'm just saying, they ain't worth shit. They ain't. They're not. Y'all, and I'm not, you know what? I just gotta keep it 100, okay, as they used to say. And at the end of the day, we know for a fact that social media is an illusion. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. And I'm gonna say this. There is nothing like the real deal. There is nothing like the real thing. There is nothing like being able to sit at somebody's table and have coffee with them for real. There is nothing like eye-to-eye contact. There's nothing like it. You can't beat that. Right here, we're doing the best we can. But I'm on an iPad. I'm looking at 7 different directions on this iPad. Let's just say for starters, you know? What you say, 12:15? Barney was before social media. So maybe he was telling the truth. I'm just saying. saying, this whole social media thing, it's an illusion. It really is. And it gets a lot of people messed up because, you know what I mean? There's just not enough. It's some bullshit. You know, people faking it, people acting like it's a big illusion. People acting like their lives are so great. People acting like they're making a whole lot of money. People acting like they're spiritual gurus. People acting like just acting. People acting. People acting. People acting. But I'll tell you in a minute. It's all an illusion. The world of illusion. So don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. You know. I wish I could do a meet and greet. But who was it? Was it Tim? Tim, was it you that told me do not do a meet and greet because people are batshit crazy? What you say? Yeah, I mean, it's illusion because what I mean by illusion is it is not face to face. It's not face to face. It's not face to face. You know, this right here, what we have, this is limited. It's limited because we're not face to face, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is, back in my day, that's how we truly connected. We don't have that anymore, and I'm sad about that. I'm sad about that. But yeah, it's a world of illusion. Like right now, I got the light on. If I turn the light off, it's gonna be dark. I got the retouch on. If I turn the retouch on, well, you really can't see a difference. But still, illusions. Illusions, people. And not too many folks on social media is going to tell you that. I discovered YouTube Live like 3 or 4 days. Yeah, a lot of strange people, I bet. I can only imagine what's going on in some of these lives. I could only imagine. Right. Not me, though. I know that's right. Car wash. I know. If I'm telling you in advance. If you ever see me on a commercial, do not automatically assume that the company that I'm selling on the commercial, like if I'm selling somebody else's shit, don't automatically assume that that's the way. Do your own research. Remember what I always say, but you don't have to take my word for it, like the guy on Reading Rainbow. Now, if I'm selling my own stuff, oh yeah, it's legit because I put my heart and my soul into it, period. Period and point blank. Yet, let me tell you something. I have high ethics and high integrity. That's one of the things they teach you in the Air Force, even though I thought that some of these people did not follow the rules that we were taught in the military, which is integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. I take that with me to my core, and I can't be sold. Many people have tried to get, let me tell you, many people already in this lifetime have tried to get me to quote unquote sell my soul. I can't be sold. Yeah, this book is on Amazon. I can't be sold, baby. I've been tried many times already. I have high integrity. That is very rare. And I'm not just saying it to be saying it. You know? So yeah, that's why I do my own shit. Exactly. That's why I do my own shit. That's why I write my own stuff. That's why I create my own courses. That's why, yeah. And that's why that was one of the motivational factors for why I started helping business owners the way that I do, to get them to create products and services that have integrity in the first place. It wasn't just because, it was to duplicate what I was already doing in my own business. To say, hey, this is how we create companies that make a difference. This is how we create companies that give back. This is why I gave to children with epilepsy. This is why I gave to disadvantaged youth. This is why I did that. This is how you can incorporate different give back programs within your product offerings, your services. This is why I have a mystery school. It's not just about being on this earth and just taking up space and breathing. It's about becoming the light, realizing that you are it. I remember somebody gave me a reading a long time ago. I was in Wisconsin and I barely knew what a reading was, child. Thank you, 1215. And this lady, she was sitting before me and she was like, yeah, I see you with a torch. And it's like you have a torch and you're lighting other people's lights. Other people's lights are being lit. Yes. And I was like, wow, that's an interesting vision that she had. And that is how I feel. And yet I carry my torch within. You stand next to the light. You remember you are the light too. And that's my motto. Nobody is above you. Nobody is below you. I'm not above you. I'm not below you. We're here in this classroom of life. Right here, we're in class. We're in class. And we each have the lights. Where do you turn when your light gets dim? Oh, that's a beautiful question. Myself, I turn to nature. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'll go right over to the water. Or, you know what? I watch the birds every day. This is something that I do. Maybe you can incorporate it in your practice. I put water out for the birds every day. I sit here, I have my cup of coffee, and I watch the birds drink the water, and it does something to my soul. It might not seem like much, but it's that one thing that I can do. That one thing. When I go out and I'm away from my house, thank you, 1215. I go by the water and I just sit. Just sit and stare at the water. I try to make it part of my ritual to watch the sunset. There's a spot, like I was saying earlier today, y'all made me miss the sunset, but it's neither here nor there because I have to talk to my cousins. But nevertheless, there's a part where I go and I just sit and I just watch the sunset and I watch the colors and I watch let me show you the sunset. Let me see. I had a picture of it from a few days ago. It was so beautiful. I cried. I literally cried. What in the world? Let's see if I can find it. Ah, yes, here it is. Look at that. Look at that. And I just sit and I just watch the sunset. That's how I recharge and remember who I am. And remember that same sunset is within me. I know it's beautiful, isn't it? That's how I remember. I regroup. I return to nature. I come to my senses. I recharge myself by going to nature and remembering that I am that. And I'm not separate from that. I'm not separate from source. And even though I feel like you might feel like your light is dim because we live in this world, yet there's a part of us where the sun shines indeed. Thank you, Soul Solstice. So yeah. And that's what the channel is about. Okay, Tim, thank you, boo, for being here. People play roles on social media, acting all understanding, supportive until you find out it's all, yeah, BS. Yeah, people play roles all the time. All the time. That's right, soul solstice. You are a lamp in the darkness, most definitely. And, you know, we all have the light. We do. We do. Yeah, the hustle and bustle of life can keep us far removed sometimes from, or we feel like we're far removed from, I say, the ancestors. And it's like sometimes you just got to step outside and just breathe. That's why we do the silent meditation here. Another reason why we do the silent meditation is so we can be reminded of something called stillness, which is powerful. It's powerful. So I feel like in this lifetime, it's meant for me to be a light and to remind people that they are too the light. And that's important. If I could just do that, in spite of everything else that I've done, it's enough. What you say? Sometimes a good altercation will reignite that light. Yes, yeah. You know, connecting with another light being could recharge you. There's nothing like it. Like I showed you some of my friends on my phone today, some of their pictures. There's nothing like connecting to somebody that you vibrate. Hey, Alex! Speaking of somebody that you vibrate high with, hey, Alex, how are you, beautiful? There's nothing like connecting to like energy. And that's another reason why I have this channel. It's for us to connect as best as we can. Now, life is full of, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my goodness, I can't think of it. What is the word I'm looking for? Oh, I can't think of it. Where am I from? I'm from Wisconsin. What is the word I'm looking for? Oh, good. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome. What is the word I'm looking for, y'all? It starts with a C. It's not consequences, and it's not coincidences. Contradictions. Oh, shout out to Toronto. Nice. Nice. Life is full of contradictions. Okay, and I forget where I was going to go. Oh, so just like I say, you know, this connection is different because, of course, you guys are not here physically. If you were, we'd all be drinking coffee and just having a key time. We do the best that we can in this type of platform. We know that energy is not limited at all. Just like earlier we talked about telepathy, that's nothing but energy moving. It's nothing but energy moving. And so energy can still move even on a platform like this. It's unlimited. Even though it may feel limited, and in some ways it may be limited, yet energy is still moving. First of all, depending on how you look at things, esoterically, Satan and Lucifer and all that, they have different meanings depending on how you see them. But for some people, that symbol is I love you. For example, sign language for that. For some people, it might be a symbol of 666. And for some people, that number 666 is not anything to be afraid of in the first place. You know, for me, I'm child. I'm not bothered by any of it. I'm not bothered by any of it. I mean, any of it. Lucifer, Satan, these are archetypes to me. Number 666. I'm not bothered by any of it at this point in my life movie. I say, oh, that's interesting. What'd you say? It's a seen and unseen world, and they influence. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You know, we talk about that all the time on this channel. Most definitely. I'm gonna read a section about ESP because I've been meaning to get to that. As above, so below. They say, as within, so without. The Baphomet, yeah. We talked about the Baphomet a little bit in the alchemy class, the alchemy lecture that we did. Yeah, and that might be one context for the number 666, but the number 666 is definitely older than the Bible. Definitely, that combination is old. And actually quite powerful. You know, when we look at sacred numerology, you see. But yeah, I know we talk about religion here sometimes, and it's a beautiful thing. Like I said, I respect everyone's religion, regardless if you have a religion or not. You can be atheist for all I care. I don't give a shit. Woo! It just sounds funny to say. You know, at the end of the day, can you love is my question, and will you? Can you love and will you love? I'm going to read a section. Well, I suppose on ESP. Now, I'm supposed to be sending, I'm telling you, if you can hate, you can love, for God's sakes. I would hope so. Just flip the coin. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be sending someone a signed copy of this book. So shout out to you if you're out there. I will. I finally got a copy of it. Right. Just love already. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? All right. So let me throw this flashlight on so I can see, because y'all, I'm going to read this. And then we're going to go probably about our merry business, unless you guys have some comments on this. Y'all, I've been on this thing. Okay. Anyway, ESP and how to hone it. ESP, what you call extrasensory perception, is sensing beyond your five senses. This takes us back to the beginning of our live when we started talking about telepathy. Continuing. It's tapping into your sixth sense, which opens a door to other senses beyond even itself. It's a sense of knowing without your mind understanding how it knows. Tapping into this phenomenon or energy is as simple as developing your sensitivity. And sensitivity is often developed within stillness. That's right. By stillness, we don't mean that there is absolutely nothing happening around you. We simply mean that you have become quiet within, so much so that the energy around you becomes louder and you can hear. By hearing, we mean hearing with your whole being, not just your ears. 1362, you're funny. Seeing with your whole being, not just your eyes, which tell you nothing. As you turn down the noise within, you turn up your senses so that you can feel what you wouldn't normally feel, and hear what you would not normally hear, and see what you would not normally see. Y'all crazy. Yet it is always there in plain sight. You step beyond your self-imposed time. We talked about time being an illusion here before on this site, which is nothing but what you have made up in an attempt to understand the unknown, which is beyond time. The unknown is beyond time. It's beyond time and beyond names such as God. God is a name. But some things are beyond names. The unnameable, the unseen, the source. Call it source because it's big. There is no thing such as time. Your perception is amplified when you sit with the beings of nature, as we talked about recently. Those sacred beings whose senses are attuned to the vibrational frequency of the earth and beyond. You absorb the frequency of nature, which is already in alignment with the unseen. This is why they tend to move away before any sort of disaster strikes. Yeah, now is here. Now is the only time there is. Now is the vibration. As another YouTuber would say, now is the vibration. I wonder if he still makes videos. Anyway, they can already sense it within their bodies because they're connected to the planet, and even beyond the planet, they are connected to the beyond, beyond, beyond. You amplify your perception by simply being still enough to sense the subtleties around you, the energy around you. You know, you guys know there's hella energy around you. And I don't mean like hellish, but I mean like a lot. Hey, Mr. 100 Rounds. How you doing, my love? Everyone has this ability, yet it is something that is stolen from you because you are not trained to develop this gift. We talked about this. Interesting. You are trained only to believe what you see and what you hear, which is nothing. This message is complete. For those of you just joining us, we were reading a section on ESP and how to hone it from the latest book, which is called Ancestors Speak. A mystery transmission from the sacred beyond is what it says. This book is the wisdom is hidden. You notice on the cover, you see the symbol of the snake eating its tail, which is an esoteric symbol along with the triangle, etc. On the back, you see one snake in the figure 8, which is a powerful symbol as well. Thank you, 1362. So here's the thing. By the time you start the book being initiated. By the time you're done with the book, you've completed an initiation. So the book was written with intention, and the intention is always love when it comes to anything that I do, because love is my ministry 1000%. That is it. If somebody were to ask me, what is my religion? Well, really, I don't have a religion. But if I had to pick a religion, I suppose I would pick love. That's it. Because I feel like love unifies. And I'm so tired of us separating ourselves by any means necessary. No, I don't worship anything. I don't worship anything. You crazy. So sis. Maybe if I had a man, maybe I would. But what I'm saying is, it's funny. I hadn't thought about that word worship in a long time. But no, wait, because I was just listening to Patti LaBelle's song. I don't know if you ever heard it, but in her lyrics, she says, "I worship you and no one else." And I understand what she meant by that. She was talking about a reverence and all of that. And yeah, I could understand that. If I had somebody in my life movie that way, that was on that level, then yes, there's a reverence. There is it's so deep, it's hard for me to explain it to you without it sounding crazy to you. But it's a reverence, it's a bowing, it's a, you know, a serving type of love, because that's what I like to do. Have always been, since I could, well, before I even understood had the articulation for this, servant leadership is the type of leader I am, a servant leader, and a participative leader and a transformational leader, yet being able to share my heart and share it in such a way where I feel like I'm giving you quality. That means something, because that's tied to integrity for me. What we say in the chat here? Humans want to worship things, some drugs, some food. Yeah, humans worship all kinds of different things, Yet my reverence, I feel like, is for life itself, and we are life. So like I said, the simple things. Us. You're so funny. The simple things like watching the birds. That's my worship these days. Or giving someone some water who I know is hot and dehydrated. That's my worship. Telling a random stranger, I love you. That's my worship. I feel like I take my worship with me wherever I go. It's always present. You guys are going back and forth in a cute way. So yeah. I feel like maybe I worship all the time, because when I think about love is like worship. Yeah. So I guess I can't say that I worship a particular thing, but my love, I naturally worship with my love, if that makes any sense. I hadn't thought about that. I think that's a very interesting thing to kind of ponder on. You know what I mean? Y'all funny. Now, when I listen to like Christian music, for example, because I still listen to Christian music, let me tell you something. I love me some Kirk Franklin and some Fred Hammond and some, I love all kinds. First of all, I listen to all kinds of music, period. One song that I absolutely enjoy is the song Grateful, and I think it's by Hezekiah Walker in My Lion. And then I like Donnie, Speak to My Heart. I like a lot of really nice music. And when I listen to that type of music, I'm not worshiping in maybe a traditional Christian sense, yet I'm very grateful and I'm very happy and I'm just joyful and giving gratitude and thinking about my life movie and thinking about all the times that, you know, in indigenous culture, some indigenous culture might call it Great Spirit or whatever you call it, God or divine source or whatever, or the unnameable. Thinking about all the times the universe has supported me when I felt like I was in a very challenging time. And then when I think about it, there's this one song, it always gets me. And it's like, I won't complain. That song right there, you know, it's a good song. And then also, what's that other song? Basically, when I look back over my life and I think things over, I can truly say that I've been blessed and I've got a testimony. That type, when I think about lyrics like that, gets me excited because it is true. It is true. And I don't have to classify myself as any religious group in order to appreciate that. You know, I could just appreciate it. Just like there's this Jewish song. I mean, there's a few Jewish songs. But there's one that is sung during the Shabbat that means something to me. And you know what I mean? I like to give myself the liberty to love and not be restricted by any type of religion per se. And also not throw the baby out with the bathwater. If that makes any sense. Let me see what I'm missing in the chat. Oh, Patty. Hey, Eddie. Oh, is that what your favorite song from Patty? Do you know what song I'm talking about? When she says, I worship you and nobody else. It's called Somebody Loves You. That song right there. It's just so beautiful because it just talks about a whole nother level of love. When she says, I worship you and nobody else, and when she says, you can make a slave out of me, I'm like, oh, girl. She went deep. That type of love sounds insane, you know, from the outside looking in. But clearly, whoever wrote those lyrics, they were on some next level type. It's pretty interesting when you analyze those lyrics. No, I haven't heard that one. That sounds like a good one, In the Moonlight. Maybe I have. Is it an older song? Oh, by Bob Marley. I love me some Bob Marley. You know what? I gotta reach out to his daughter. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Very nice. Okay, Rastafari, bless you too, beautiful. Thank you, 1362, for being here. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Good night, my love. What you say? That song got me through the... Oh, wow. Oh, that's heavy. The death of your mom. Yeah, it's just like... It's amazing how music can be so healing for us when we need it to be healing for us. It could be like medicine. And you just play the same song over and over and over and over again. And each time you play it, you feel another level of healing. That's how I feel like I have an arsenal of songs that I will play. And you know, some songs just hit you different when you need them to hit you different. And you're like, oh, I'll put that on repeat because I'm feeling that today. You know, like there's this one song about encouraging yourself and all that. That song right there, I'll be like, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know, music, I think that music in itself is a healer. It's a healer. It's a tool, a vibrational tool that we can use to heal ourselves. If you listen to, I think it's the Funkadelics, there's a song where the guy is saying, do not attempt to adjust your radio dial. He says, whatever you feel, whatever you feel, wherever you feel pain in your body, he says, put that next to the radio. I don't know if you caught it. It's a popular song, but he says that. Put whatever is hurting you, put that part of your body next to the radio. And basically let the vibrations of this music heal you, is what he's saying. Without saying all of that. He said something about it has the funk has the ability to move and remove. It's powerful. It's powerful. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Do I remember the last time I was caught up in... Oh, that's a Anita Baker. Caught up in the rapture of love. That's the jam. Yes. Is that song on my... Make sure it's on my in my library. Let me see. Rapture of love. I'm gonna have to sing that one tonight. I'm gonna be caught up in the rapture of love tonight. Rapture of love. Add to library. I could look at this in multiple ways. I was caught up in the rapture of love when I was looking at that sunset the other day, and I cried. I sat there and I cried because it was just so beautiful. And I was just like, wow. It just brought tears. It was just so amazing. Yeah. And I felt like I was caught up in the rapture of love then. Yeah, that's very interesting what Bob Marley said. I didn't know he said that. I know his daughter, the youngest one. That's me boasting, in case you didn't know that. Or trying to. That's my ego. Oh, but anyway, yeah. Yeah, I would have to say that sunset, I was caught up in the rapture of love. And then the time before that was when I mean, it's just gonna sound crazy, but the time, you know, I don't really like to talk about like the good things I've done, like all of the details like this, because I like to keep that kind of private. But I feel like this. Every time I do something that another person appreciates, I feel like I'm caught up in the rapture of love. I have strangers who have hugged me and given me kisses on my cheek, like old ladies, you know. I have strangers tell me that they love me. So I feel like I'm caught up in the rapture of love on a regular basis. And I kid you not, every time I put water out there and I see the birds come by, and it's like I swear I see the same ones who are like, did you put the water out there? Like, yeah, Charlie, I put it out there. It's just like, it's sweet to me. It's sweet to me. And I feel like I'm caught up in the rapture of love then. Because they appreciate it, you see. So, when am I not really caught up in the rapture of love? Even spending my time here. My time is like one of my most valuable commodities. It's an act of love, indeed, and service. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it is. You know? Is kindness a tool or a human necessity? I feel like compassion is necessary for human evolution. The birds are always singing. They're always talking around here. They be chirping and talking to each other. I told you there's contradictions in this world. Did I not tell you that? It's just like yin yang. You know? Time is what we use as men to understand things, but it's not the end all. It's not the end all. There are things that are beyond time. Just like words are used to understand things, there are things that are beyond words. Beyond. And yet, we use it because we live here on this earth. You know? You know what I mean? So, yeah. The water. Yeah, and time being, I see what you're saying. Time being your most precious commodity. Yeah. Well, time in minutes, in human minutes. In human minutes. Because, you know, on a man-made clock, here we are. What is it? However many hours later. You know. But yeah, what's funny about it all is when I come on here, it's so crazy because I'm always like, oh, I'm not going to be on here long. And you already know I'm lying because hours later, my hair is looking like this. My lipstick is gone if I had any on. You know, I done talked about all kinds of different things with you all. And it's all good. It's all good because I took off today and I had a me day. And I just wanted to pour into myself today. And I did. Before I got on here, I slept. I did all that. Right. Yeah, there are certain things that are beyond, as I would say, soul solstice, beyond my pay grade. Beyond. You know, I always figure, here's another thing, here's another contradiction maybe, but divine time. Divine time brings us where we need to be always. That's why I say you're never too early or too late for your own movie. You know what I mean? I came on here somehow with the intention of, oh, I'm just gonna go into. I don't know why I even fool myself even to think that, like, oh, I'm just going to go over here and talk to my people for 30 minutes. A 30-minute lie. A 30-minute lie. I don't know how it happens like that. I think what it is maybe the community is so good, and we do have a great community. Oh my God, yeah. If I had to work, I'd be a mess right now. We have such a great community that we just go on all these different tangents. And because I am the type of person that could talk pretty much about anything, and you guys, obviously you can talk about everything. We just be, this is why our conversations are what they are. But I enjoy it because I appreciate being able to talk about a wide variety of things. Right. What? I'll say my talk for 10 minutes. Is that right? Like I have a friend and we'll talk like every once in a while. But when we do talk, we're on the phone. I think last time we were on the phone, I don't even know how many hours it was. I think we broke our record. I feel like it was more than 8 hours. We were on the phone for a long time. And it was just, I mean, I had left the house, went to the water, cooked my dinner, ate my dinner, probably did laundry. He did all kinds of stuff. He's a really good friend. And it had been multiple hours. And every time we're on the phone, it's just like that. It's just like that. And, you know, even with somebody else that I talk to, when we get on the phone, it's typically for hours. You know, part of it is because I'm a conversationalist. And maybe I attract other conversationalists. Hey! But yeah, I think that's part of it. You know what I mean? And so we get on here, we just get to talking. How you doing? I'm good, baby. I'm good. We just been talking. Hell yeah, let's go. How are you? We just been on here talking. You know, I've been talking shit for how many hours, y'all now? How many hours? And the I know. What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? Oh, are you baked? Get out of here. What you do? What was it? Gorilla Glue? Thank you. Thank you. I took myself out on a date today. I got myself some chicken wings, you know. And then what else did I do? Oh, and I went out for ice cream. Got myself some ice cream. Ate some ice cream with you all when I was live earlier today. Same live. And then I did a whole bunch of nothing today. I just was like, I'm not doing anything for anybody. I'm just gonna pour into myself. Normally today is the day I go volunteer. I told the person, thank you, Chabani. I told the person, hey, I'll come see you next week. Oh my God, I create all kinds of content. Oh my God. Content? Please. I have a CBD course. I have my main business course, 5 Keys to Business Success. I feel like I have 3 other business courses. I have 5 books that I published so far with an oracle deck that I published to, a 33-card oracle deck. a licensing program for Expect More. I'm thinking. I started the domestic violence course, business courses from the age of, let me look. When did I start? When did I create the curriculum for these people, these kids? Business. Oh my God. Yeah. I create all kinds of content. Yeah, my business courses start with 3-year-olds. And I know that sounds crazy, but no. The kids are smarter than what you think. So yeah, 3-year-old to adults. Preschool and kindergarten. Business courses. And I have a mystery school that meets once a month. I believe I'm on maybe my 6th class. Yeah, Bad Gamer. Yeah, I'm still up. What you doing up? Do you get up and go to the bathroom and then you realize we're still here? Is that what happened? Hey. I don't know what that means. Let me look it up. Hold on, let me look this up because I don't even know what y'all talking about today. Y'all new age people. Hold on. Yeah. First of all, I'm too tired for that. What makes you think? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give you some advice in a minute, boo. But let me address this fool over here. And I don't mean to call you fool, but what makes you think? Did I tell you that I identify as non-binary? First of all, I don't have time for any of those terms. I don't care how people choose to identify themselves. Yet what you must understand about me and what you will respect about me, boo, is that I am a woman. And that is how I identify. That is what I am. That is what my eggs say. That is what my ovaries say. So what you won't do is come on my channel and think that you're going to give me a label that I do not have, as I'm sitting here with a whole pussy. So please don't disrespect me. I don't care if you a long-time subscriber, no subscriber. But you will not disrespect the goddess. So please get your shit together, or you can be just quickly removed. And who am I speaking to? What your name is? 3053, get your shit together, boo. Get your shit together. What you're not gonna do is disrespect me as a woman. I'm sitting here with fibroids that I'm healing right now, that you can only have if you are a woman. The fuck out of here. What possessed you? What kind of mother did you come from where you feel you can come on another woman's chat and disrespect her? Get it together. That's just a warning. Next time, it's just blocked, because I don't have time for foolishness. Lost your mind. It's very disrespectful. Anyway, I'm side-eyeing you. Any advice for a new content creator? Right. Thank you, Bad Games. First of all, just be yourself. Just be yourself. Be yourself. Don't worry about anything else. Be yourself, because you are enough. Let me tell you, I am not everybody's cup of tea on these YouTube streets. It has taken, and maybe it is taking, a long time, in my mind, for people, there's that word again, time, for people to find me on these YouTube streets. But you know what? Like I said earlier, I've never sold myself out. You hear me? Thank you, Eddie. So sis, you're funny. I've never sold myself out, and I've always been who I am. So either you gonna like it or you ain't gonna like it. So I suggest that you just be yourself. At least you know that you're not selling your soul for anybody, because at the end of the day, it's about your integrity. And if you can sleep at night, it's not about no coins, it's about integrity. Integrity first, being true to yourself. If you're true to yourself, this is what I say all the time, the right eyes will see you, the right ears will see you, will hear you. Yeah, people gonna judge regardless. Just like you see this fool up in here that I gotta get rid of because he don't have no damn sense. And then they think because they're a subscriber. First of all, you not one of my subscribers. Not anymore. Because baby, it's quality over quantity. I don't suffer fools. I don't suffer fools. And I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to be real. I'm here to be transparent. As transparent as I know how to be as a human being, constantly working on myself. In the first place, nobody's perfect. But you're not going to come up on here and disrespect me. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because either, like I said earlier, I'm going to let you have it. Because the Buddha carries a sword. Hey, JS. I'm going to ignore you, or I'm going to block you, or all the above. No, I can't unsubscribe someone, but what I can do is hide them from the channel so that they'd have to create a whole nother account, to see my channel. And obviously I could tell that person, they didn't have my best interest at heart, because people who have your best interest at heart, they don't come in here trying to insult you. They don't come in here talking bullshit. Hey, go ahead, boo. Chabani. Ask your question, boo. How you doing, JS? Right. Just be yourself. That's all you can do. And let the chips fall where they may. If people like you, they like you. If they don't, they damn don't. Does it matter? Hell no. No, it don't matter. Shit. What's the question, boo? I'll wait. I need some waiting music. Do 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 do. It's Jeopardy. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't read the rest of that. What'd you say? Or you don't care? Solstice, let me ask you. Yeah, go ahead. Ask the question. Ask it. You're a bit scared of it. What are you scared of? I know your intentions. I'm sure your intentions are good. I know you ain't crazy. So ask the question. It's not like I can jump through the screen. If I could, some of y'all be in trouble. For real. But not anybody here. at the present moment. But yeah, ask the question. It's not gonna hurt. What is it already? I'll wait. You know, while we're waiting on this question to be asked here, what you say? You wish I could jump through the screen. You know, they haven't invented that technology yet. But when they do, it's going to be some people getting slapped. Let me tell you. Getting slapped. And then I bet you they won't say nothing. But see, let me tell you. I have not arrived. I'm still working on my salvation, you understand? So, even though I wear my mala beads and I say my chants and all that, you know, like I said in my other video, it doesn't mean that I won't reach out and knock somebody's crown chakra off. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. And people be thinking that just because you meditate that you won't reach out and touch them. But baby, I'll reach out and touch you. Right. And then ask for forgiveness later. See, that's the difference. I'm gonna ask for forgiveness later. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to ask for forgiveness. You know, when I say reach out and touch somebody, I mean reach out and touch them with these words. I'm very mindful. I'm very mindful of my words, you know, because I know that words can be something else, you know. What you say, I'll keep doing it until they forget. Yeah, you know, words can be something else, and I really don't want to hurt people with my words. But that doesn't mean that I won't hand your ass to you. Who's hating on you, boo? Hey, servant leader. We were just talking about that type of leadership. Are you a servant leader? I was just saying how that's my leadership style. Servant leader, participative, transformational. Words can be like a sword. That's what I'm saying. And it cut both ways, which is why I got to ask for forgiveness later. But let me say, it's like, it's a fine line. Oh, you do a lot of philanthropy. Oh, cool. That's awesome. That's good to hear. Very good to hear. Volunteer work. Nice, 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 nice. I love volunteer work. That's awesome. Good for you. Thank you for doing volunteer work and making the world a better place. Absolutely. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not Jesus, is what I'm saying. I'm not Jesus. And even Jesus was flipping tables over. So please understand. Yeah, I'm one with the universe. I'm one with Vajrapani too. Have you seen Vajrapani? We're all one with the universe. Not separate from the universe. You see what I'm saying? You know? Vajrapani was carrying a sword. And so was Manjushri. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look at my Vajrapani. Haven't seen him in a while. Maybe he wasn't carrying a sword. Maybe it's Manjushri. I just gotta look up Buddha. If I could spell that's my mentor. Are you an authoritarian leader? Yes, I've been outside the United States. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And I intend to go out of the United States some more. Let me see. I can't find my Vajrapani, but I'll look online. Vatra. See, people be thinking Vajrapani. That, yeah, this one doesn't have this one. This one has a sword. Interesting. That's probably why I was thinking. Is that dude kind of looks like Manjushri? Anyway, Vajrapani. People think that the Buddha is just all nice. It's not about being nice, first of all. It's about being kind. And it's about balance. But there's a reason why Vajrapani carried that sword. Because what you're not going to do is come up on here with some foolishness. Where should I travel? Soul Solstice. What countries have I visited? Okay, so I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Mexico. I've been to, where else have I been? I feel like I've been to some Caribbean places. Yeah, I've definitely been to the Bahamas. Hold on. A couple times. I've been to Mexico a lot, you guys. But there's so many other places that I want to go. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to the Bahamas a couple times. I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Mexico. And I feel like there's another Caribbean, some other place that I went. What about Buddha? What about Buddha? I'm sure they do. I haven't seen any, and I don't plan on seeing them. You know how I was saying earlier how I just mind my business? I just mind my business. You know what I mean? And then I've never had any issues like that in Mexico. Oh, how he was. If you want to know about Buddha, I would suggest looking into the works of Osho. Osho. You familiar with Osho? I would suggest starting here. Let me see if I find a good book recommendation for you. Yeah, he gave it all up to realize that he probably didn't need to. Okay. I would go to, Osho. Osho is an interesting character. Some might say controversial in a lot of ways. But yeah, I would look up Osho, but let me see if I have a good book recommendation here. I have a lot of Osho books in my library. Osho talks about Buddha all the time. Buddha all the time. In many of his discussions. Let's see. Let me find a good one. What you must realize, though, is that Buddha is within. I don't know if I'll be
Narcissists
able
don't
to play
target.
this. Hold on, this is an advertisement about narcissists. This guy, I've been seeing him all over my YouTube. I'm not sure if I like what I see. But here we are. I'm going to play a little bit of it, but not a lot. But for you who wanted to know, this is a... Hold on. A Buddha will be misunderstood. And this is why I say Buddha is within. It's beyond a man Buddha. But interesting, though.
Is it absolutely inevitable that a Buddha will always be misunderstood? Prem Matira. Yes, it is absolutely inevitable.
Buddha will always be misunderstood.
It can't be otherwise. A Buddha is bound to be misunderstood. If a Buddha is not misunderstood, then he is not a Buddha at all. Why it is so?
I'm going to let a little bit of this play.
Because the Buddha lives in a state which is beyond mind. And we live in minds. To translate something from the beyond to the mind is the most impossible thing in the world. It can't be done. Although every Buddha has tried to do it.
This is Osho.
That too is inevitable. No Buddha can avoid it. The Buddha has to say the unsayable. He has to express the inexpressible.
Words.
He has to define the indefinable.
Makes no sense. You're going to be misunderstood.
He has to do this absurd act.
Contradictions.
Because the moment he reaches beyond the mind, great compassion arises.
Compassion.
He can see people stumbling in the dark. He can see people suffering unnecessarily. Creating their own nightmares, creating their own hell,
that's
and drowning in their own created hells. How can he avoid not feeling compassion?
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. So this is coming from Osho, and the title says, "A Buddha will be misunderstood, one of two." So apparently there's 2 videos on this. Hold on, let me see if I can find anything else interesting here. Yeah, so those of you who are not familiar with Osho, hey, Big Dundana! Here's Osho. Like I said, he has in his time, he was considered very controversial in a lot of ways. Nevertheless, lots of wisdom can be found in many of his talks, where he even does a talk about contradictions. Interesting. So Buddha really means awakened, and to be awakened is to realize that you are the awareness, you are the watcher who watches. You see, that's it. To be enlightened is to realize that you are the awareness. Okay. Now, are you familiar with the face? Is that right? Let me go back to the chat. Oh, hey, Chuck. Do 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 do. You think you just heard the microwave go off? No, no microwave going off. I don't know what you heard, boo. Okay, y'all going back and forth about philosophy. Oh, Chuck, that's interesting that you wrote that. Oh, that's pretty interesting. Is that a poem or something? Okay. Suffering. We create our own suffering, indeed. Okay, Osho, like I said. It's very interesting. What's going on tonight, Big Dundada? Oh my gosh, what isn't going on, Big Dundada? We have talked about, that I can recall, telepathy, serial killers, violence in men, domestic violence. What else did we talk about? So many things. This is just a few of the things. Now we're talking about Buddha and Buddhism and Osho. Yeah, some people say it was a cult. Some people say it wasn't a cult. Hey, Mark, how are you? I guess it just depends on how you look at it, I guess. I should have a podcast. Yeah, I did do a podcast before. I did. Actually, I have a show that I did with I believe he was connected to the people who used to put out all these positive motivational things back in Earl Nightingale's day, which is old. Have you guys ever heard The Strangest Secret? You need to listen to that. Yeah, that's where we at, Big Don Dada. We have gone off the deep end. That's another good thing to listen to if you're feeling lively. So Osho, follow Osho. Listen to what Osho talks about as he talks about Buddha, Buddhism, XYZ. You will learn something interesting. Okay, he has so many different talks. So start there. That would be my recommendation, to learn more about Buddha and Buddhism. Okay. So just a little bit. Osho describes Buddha's meditation, for example. I don't know how I got there. As non-dogmatic scientific approach focused on awareness, witnessing of no mind rather than rigid following. He emphasized that Buddha reached enlightenment by dropping rules and relaxing into his own being, which, again, the Buddha is within. Teaching that one should be a light unto oneself, as we were talking about earlier, we all having the light through observing breath and inner silence. This is why we do a 3-minute long meditation oftentimes on my lives, you guys. It comes full circle. I'm not just on here giving you guys 3-minute meditations for no reason. I'm not just on here telling you to watch your breath for no reason. I'm reconnecting you to your higher self, to a part of you that is always present, to the part of you that matters the most, to the part of you that nothing can be added to and nothing can be taken away. Anyway, being a light unto oneself through observing breath and inner silence rather than worshiping him. It's not about a religion. Osho stresses that one should not follow Buddha, but become a Buddha by finding their own inner nature in quietude. Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good talk right there. And it seems like that talk has a lot. Oh, my stomach's growling. That talk has a lot of clips from it. That one right there is 8 minutes and 55 seconds. Buddha's within. Buddha is within. Most definitely. Now, again, I pointed this out earlier. This is my mentor. His name is Dr. Jampa. And I blocked out who he's with because, well, for a reason. For a reason. But he grew up in the same neighborhood as the Dalai Lama, and he is a Tibetan Buddhist. I sat with him. I sat under him. This is me in his shop. It's not hard for me to talk about because I know his energy is with me. What I'm telling you though, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. This book says, what is Buddhism? And then we have some dragon's blood soap, which is interesting in itself. That's old. Okay. The Way of the Buddha. Interesting book. I'm pretty sure it's in my storage unit. Tibetan Buddhism in America. These are old. This is old information at this point. I guess you can see this better now. I don't know how I ended up with this book, but it says not for sale. Along with it is the handbook to Higher Consciousness, which we've discussed here. Hold on. Buddhism. Hold on. Jampa. Here he is again. Now, it's interesting because in Tibetan astroscience, this man is an astroscientist. This is him in his book, Tibetan Astroscience. It's Dr. Jampa, whom I have such a reverence for. I met him in a dream before I met him in real life. Anyway, everyone has a personal Buddha according to astroscience, Tibetan numerology. And mine happens to be Vajrapani, which I knew before I met Vajrapani. I met Vajrapani before I met Vajrapani, if that makes any sense to you, which is a story for another day. But I'm trying to see. He was the first Buddha that introduced himself to me. And the second one was Manjushri. Let's see if I can find him. Where is my Vajrapani? Ooh, 18, 19. Who are these people? Hold on here. Oh my goodness. I'm going back into the crates now. Here we go again. August, no. Oh, I see. Okay, then it was around this time here. I had a lot of receipts just for no reason. Let's see here. Let me scroll back in the windmills of my mind. Those of you may or may not know, just a little food for thought, the tetragrammaton. You may or may not be familiar with the tetragrammaton. Flower of life, seed of life, all that stuff. This is esoteric wisdom. I can't show you everything. Can't show you everything. You gotta join the mystery school, because let me tell you, some of these things make your hair turn gray. Seriously. Let me look. I'm looking for something. Ay, Dios mío. Where is it? You know how it is when I start looking up stuff on here. I get lost, and then I have to come back. Okay, must be around here somewhere. Wow, I was really skinny then. Y'all, I'm not lost. I'm just I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm trying to find that's a pretty interesting picture. Around the time when Vajrapani entered my life, which was probably around this time right here. There's a Vajrapani meditation, by the way. It's just Om Vajrapani Om. If you want to know more about Vajrapani, you can Google Vajrapani. Oh, I guess I didn't want to show Vajrapani. I show Manjushri. Manjushri, communication. He has a sword to cut the bullshit. Okay. I'm sure I have a picture somewhere of Vajrapani in here. I know I do. I know I do. I'm going to come back to the chat in a minute to see what I'm missing. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. So my store was going to be right next to my mentor store. I started paying commercial, like, you know, like for commercial use. And then 2020 happened. And I was like, interesting. Things shifted dramatically. And then that's when I released Expect Effing More, the 5 Keys to Business Success, because my ancestors had me go in that direction. But I'm looking for, I'm trying to show you a picture of Vajrapani, my Vajrapani. So I was introduced to Vajrapani, but prior to that, somewhere in there, green or white Tara came to my presence. These are some of the Buddhas that came. Okay. And then eventually it was, the last Buddha was, I can't remember his name either, but I know I got a picture of him. You guys may or may not know what the hell I'm talking about, but that's okay. Oh, here he is. Here's Vajrapani. Vajrapani. You see, he looks like he don't mess around. Vajrapani is like the Buddha of the Buddhas. And I feel like this might be white Tara or green Tara. I can't remember which one. As you can see, the bracelet that's right next to her is the same bracelet that I'm wearing, which is a bracelet that I bought from my mentor. It's malachite and rubies. Powerful. All right, I'm going to check the chat and see if I'm missing anything. All right. See what y'all talking about. Oh, I'm back. I had to find that picture. Okay, let me scroll back. Amen. Oh, shout out to England. How can I grow my YouTube channel? Hey, Sully, be yourself, boo. That's all. Just be yourself and stay true to that. It'll grow naturally. Would you say soul solstice, just meditate? Oh, Osho. O-S-H-O. All right. Thank you, soul solstice. Why isn't Buddhism popular in the West? Well, that's a great question. Because we are dominated by the most popular man-made religions, which are Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And we in the West tend to be disconnected from ourselves. And so these man-made religions have come, and in some ways they're like a substitute. And some of them, of course, if you get past the rigmarole, may lead you to yourself. Just like Christianity, once I graduated from it and realized that what I called God didn't have a certain box that they checked, a Christian box, a Muslim box, a Judaism box. And then I went on my own exploration, and I was called all kinds of things for deciding to trust my own intuition. I remember when I left the church. Oh, because you don't leave the church, you hear me? I was all in the church. You don't leave the church. You done lost your mind. And there were people in my family who were like, well, where's your covering, religious rhetoric? And I had to trust myself. I had to trust the visions that I was getting. I had to trust that it was time for me to move on. And then I talked about how I had this meditation and this pyramid of light and all this. But at the end of the day, as I speak about in Ancestors Speak, my spiritual journey started when I was a kid, before I was indoctrinated in any man-made religion. I went on a journey First, I was spiritual. I've always been spiritual. You guys know we are spiritual beings. Then I ended up getting indoctrinated in the church, which I found some resonance with, and I walked that path for a long time. Then it went from that to studying other things like Kabbalah, and resonating with some Jewish mysticism. And then it went from that to not having any sort of man-made religious classification. And I stumbled across what they call Buddhism, which I'm not like in a Buddhist type of religion, I know the Buddha is within. But it's funny because when I started listening to Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, and some other books like Stillness Speaks and all of that, people would just start naturally asking me if I was Buddhist. And I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I was like, why are they asking me that? That's weird. And that's before I met my mentor in the physical form. And they'd be asking me that. And I'd be like, that's such a weird question. Why do they think I'm Buddhist? What I didn't realize is it was because I was stepping into another level of stillness, which is what Buddhism, like to call yourself a Buddha, really, like I said earlier, means to be enlightened, and to be enlightened means to be awakened, and to be awakened is to realize you're awake to the fact that you're the awareness that's watching, which is what silence within and stillness will remind you of instantly. Because when we do our 3-minute meditations and I'm asking you to watch your breath, it's the watcher that's watching their breath in the first place. The watcher is the energy that's beyond you. This is some heavy conversation, but really it's quite simple once you sit down with it and observe it for yourself. So yeah. And then eventually I met my mentor, who happened to be a Tibetan Buddhist, and went on and taught me some other things that I needed to know. Interesting things. All right. Struggler! Good morning. Oh, you gave me a thumbs up, Big Don Dada. Thank you. Yeah, religions. Yeah, about control. Yeah, I mean, lots of man-made religions, they have that. People turn anything into a religion, including Buddhism. But the reality of the situation is, like I said, it simply is about becoming awakened, becoming aware, becoming present, awakening the Buddha within. Truly. Yeah. There's so many conversations to be had about this topic here. But ultimately, what must be understood is you are already there. Like I said earlier, solstice, there's nothing that can be taken away from you, nor anything that can be added to you. You're already complete. There's already a part of you that is perfect, and that is the awareness within you. Most definitely. But good questions, you guys. Again, I recommend you listen to Osho and maybe maybe even listening to Eckhart Tolle, Stillness Speaks. My nose is itching, about to sneeze, because that's a powerful meditation in itself. If you can sit and be quiet enough to sit with the Eckhart Tolle. so sis, what I'm gonna do with you? You're so crazy. Crazy. Anyway, this is my doggy. This is me in Jamaica a long time ago. Long time ago. We're speaking of the different countries that I've been to. Yeah. I got a lot more countries to go to. I'm just merely scratching the surface. Seriously. Seriously. But yeah, you guys, ultimately, without compassion, none of these things matter. Without compassion, who are we? Where are we? What are we? We're missing the element. Without love, we're missing the emerald tablet, the fire. Hey, Nicholas, how are ya? How are you guys? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, last but not least, I wish I could find that other Buddha. I can't find him, and I don't remember his name, but he's the last Buddha that my mentor introduced me to. And I'm so grateful. I'm glad to hear you're great. Good for you. Good for you. But yeah, do we have any more questions before I skedaddle? Oh, that's what it is. It's when I hit the it's that this gets stuck in the chair, and then when I press down on it, then the beads break. These are my Bodhi beads. Oh wow. Then it must not be 108 anymore. It's supposed to be 108 plus the Buddha bead. Let me see. 1, 2. I done lost the bead. I did, and you know I lost the bead because look. I'm gone it. Oh, these are my second set of beads that I bought. Oh, there's no sound? What do I do for work? Oh gosh, all kinds of things. All kinds of things. I'm so sad that the beads broke, but I heard that they broke. I heard that they break. Sound is good. I guess that's life in the big city. Shoot. Yeah, I do all kinds of things, you guys. All kinds of different things. But, you know, I've ran businesses for multiple years, almost 2 decades. You know, I've sold courses and all that. I want to see if does this have a 108 beads on it. Oh my God, I'm all tangled up. Boy, this is going to be hard to figure out when you're tired. Hold on. I want to see. Hold on. Bear with me. 1, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. I'm counting my beads. Is it just me, or it seems like this one has more than 108 beads? And then why? Hold on. Am I missing in the chat? Oh, hey. Shout out to the Bay Area. What did you say? Use those Air Force knot skills. This seems like it has more than 108 beads. Hmm. 8, 9, 10, 12. Six, 27, 28, 29, 30. I'm trying to see how many beads this has. It's a shame that I don't know. $70. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking that it's 100. It's 108 beads plus the Buddha bead on here. Which, yeah. Why does that matter? Because typically that is the case when you do your mantras, when you do your chants, you do your mala bead prayers. Typically it's 108 beads plus the Buddha bead, but apparently it just depends, because my other beads, I can't find them. They're red. There's not 108 beads on here. These had 108 beads. These were the second pair of beads that I got from my mentor. The first mala beads I got from my mentor. Well, I'm not going to tell you what I did with them, but it was sacred. And then I got these. Anyway, I'm sad that they're falling apart, but I heard that it's natural for these type of beads. I got your legs stiff. Oh. Oh, okay, JB. I'm glad that you guys are happy. Indeed. All right, you guys, it has been so much fun. Do we have any questions before I go and take off my clothes? Take off my undies. What'd you say if you were my cousin? Okay. What kind of... Yeah, you guys can watch. What kind of madness is that? That is too funny in a crazy way. 4320. Y'all crazy. No random questions? Okay, fine. Well, I want to tell you guys, first of all, thank you, Trucka. First of all, thank you all for being here. Once again, oh, we need a group name, okay? Somebody, this is what we have so far. I'm going to put a poll up. A group name. Tom said this, our OG Tom. He said the beehive, which I was like, Beyonce has the beehive, does she not? The beekeepers, the chocolate beehive, and give me some other names that I can throw in the in our whatchamaface. The bumbling bees. The bumbling bees. I feel like the people who come to this channel are the bee way. Ooh, the bee way. The bee way. I like that, Trucker. The bee way. I feel like the people who come to this chat were fun, very intellectual, mysterious. We like talking about weird shit. We like talking about everything. So what kind of name encompasses that? We're nerds. Lots of us are nerds. You know I'm a nerd. Certified. We talk about a lot of spiritual things. We talk about science in here. Today we talked about serial killers, and it was crazy, but it was good. We pulled out some peer-reviewed articles that I didn't finish reading because you guys wouldn't let me. Thanks, Traka. I'm gonna save this article called The Macho Paradox. Okay. So no more name ideas for our group? Is that right? Is that right? Let me see what ChatGPT can come up with, since y'all tripping. You thinking of one? You guys are you're like beautiful bees, the buzzing bees. Hold on, let me see what ChatGPT says. Believers, is that right? Justin Bieber, how dare he? That's cute, Believers. That sounds like a whole cult. That's a cute one though. I like it. It's a lot of thought. Believers. Okay, let me see what ChatGPT says. Because you know, let me pull this up. Copy and paste. And then we going home. Because y'all gonna get off my phone tonight. Y'all want to stay. Y'all trying to do a marathon. Yeah. Yeah, I have an Instagram. It's DrBeeSpeaks. Okay, we are trying to find a group name for YouTube for my beautiful, intelligent, lovely, fantastic, funny, inquisitive subscribers who like to talk about everything. Here are some names that we come up with so far. What ideas do you have? I'm talking to ChatGPT, you guys, by the way. And I'm gonna let you know what they say. Okay. Pace. All right. What you got? Where your husband at, boo? Kind of question. Or husband or wife or whatever. What you say, Trucker? Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with. And then you guys let me know. Belits. That's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Right. I agree, because you guys are not bumbling. You guys are be getter, be team. The Buzz Club. Oh, nice. Yeah, exactly. Trucker City right here. Okay. Okay. Let me go get this, pull this one out. The Be Lits. I kind of like that one because we are lit. Y'all be lit for hours. Be lit. Be lit. What was the other one? Be getter. I said Berlitz. Be lit. Be getter. Oh, we got a lot to choose from now. I'm going to add that to the doohickey. Here's some other ones to think about too. Begotteners. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Begotteners. I like that. That's cute. We need something we can remember too now, y'all. Begotten. Gotten. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm spelling that right. Tenors. Cute. All right. Let's see. I'm going to add those things. Busy bees. Honey talkers. The Buzz Club. Bee scholars. Oh. Let me see. Hold on. No, I don't like any of those thoughts. Okay, I'm gonna mix up what ChatGPT says and then what you say, and then I'm gonna put it in the poll, and then you guys can vote. Belongers. Oh, the belongers. I think that might be it. So cute, because it's kind of like we all belong. We all belong. The belongers. That is too cute. You're really good at picking out those names. Yeah. You like that one too? The belongers? Okay, we got 2 votes. Okay. It's gonna be, we're gonna put, hey, Milwaukee! Shout out to Milwaukee. How you doing, boo? We were thinking of a group name. Yeah, you were hurting your brain. You did really good though. It is hard to kind of put that together. So that shows me that your mind thinks in a very unique way. Cool beans. Thank you so much for giving us all those good ideas. You too. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Be Lits too is good. They're just all really good. So we're gonna vote on it. Baby, I'm about to go to sleep because the gang has kept me. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post a poll on our community page. Make sure you pay attention to our community page. And then so far it's between, I gotta throw one of Tom's in there too. the beekeepers, believers. I know Milwaukee. How you doing, boo? Belits. What was it? That other one. I think begotteners. Did we say be-getters? Or am I just making that up? Belongers. Hi, Delma. How you doing, boo? Is that it? The beekeepers, the believers, the belits, the beginners. Beginners. Let me make sure I got that one right. Every time I say that one, I got to go back and scroll up. Begotteners. Ciao. What? Gotteners. Begotteners. That's a mouthful, is it not? Belongers. Oh my gosh, I just snorted. So now you know when I laugh, sometimes I can snort. It's better than farting, is it not? Okay, belongers and belongers. So again, we have oh, the Bee Gees. No, you didn't. Gotta throw that in there. You know what? I dated this guy who was totally against a woman farting, and I was just like, anyway, needless to say, he's not here. The Bee Gees. Oh, snap. No, you didn't. That's a good one, too. And we all G's up in here. Okay. Y'all, crazy. The Bee Gees. Belongers. Okay, here we have so far the beekeepers, the believers, the belits, the begotteners. Any crazy? Talking about break a little wind. I put the begetters in there because the Bee Gees, the belongers. Oh. I gotta throw an extra E in here. And then I'm gonna put this in ChatGPT because ChatGPT really didn't have any good ones. Okay, let me see what ChatGPT says about any of these. Copy. Here's what we have. And y'all gonna get off my phone, I promise you. Y'all over here talking. Y'all gotta. The bewildered. It is very bewildering in here, isn't it? I like that one too. Let's see. Maybe I write that one down too. Let's see what she says. Come on now, lady. The Bee Gees, the beekeepers, the believers, the belits, begotteners, begetters, the Bee Gees, the belongers. I don't know. Is she thinking about it? Let's see. Come on now. Okay. She said, okay. She see what we're doing now. She gets it. She's awake. Okay, we're going one by one. The beekeepers feels like caretakers, observers. Okay. All right. Believers. I see believer and B problem. Okay, might be hard to spell. Okay, clever, she says. Hey, bonjour. Shout out to France. The belits. Okay. She likes that one. She says, okay. Begotteners. She said it's very hard to say, but she likes it. She likes be-getters for some reason. Weird. Oh, she likes belongers too. Very strong, she says. She says between be-getters, belongers, be-getters feels like we get it and we move. Belongers feels like you belong here. That's what we're doing. Hey, celebratory, how are you? We're trying to get a name for ourselves. We're trying to make a name for ourselves out here in the world. But nevertheless, I'm going to let you guys vote. Just make sure you go to the community page. I'm going to put all of these up here. But it looks like ChatGPT likes, and I like them all. I think all of your ideas are great. Begetters is from baguette mixed with go-getters. Is that right? But thank you, Struggler, for being here, boo. Struggler, what you think about the name? Talking about take care. Begetters, belongers. David, I don't know what you're talking about. And I like be lit too, personally. So let me put a star by the ones. Doing your job and not doing your job. Hey, I'm not mad at you. I thought the BGs was cute too. Be legit. I like that too. Be legit. I like that. Begetters. Maybe it's the BGs need, well, would you need another E in there? Like the BGs, GEES? Be-mongers, is that right? Let me add that to the list, Struggler. Be-mongers. Struggler, what the heck is a monger? Belongers, BGs, be-getters, begotteners, be-lits, believers, beekeepers. No, that was the belongers. Belongers number one so far? Okay. I'm kind of feeling that one too. Because that really says everything. I'm always talking about how everybody's welcome, except the assholes that I got to kick out of here for talking crazy. You could be an asshole, but just don't be up in here talking like you done lost your damn mind. Don't interrupt the love fest. You know what I mean? Be respectful. Don't interrupt our love fest that we have going on here. Otherwise, you can't be a belonger. That kind of fits. That fits. I'm just saying. All right, so again, here we are. The beekeepers, the believers, the be-lits. We lit, for real. Begotteners, begetters, the BGs, the belongers. All right. How do I do? Can I do a poll in here? Oh my goodness. Let me see. Why it won't let me? BGs or the belongers, you think? I'm bewildered after so many hours being here. That's for damn sure. You don't know how to do it either? Ciao. What we gonna do here? Top chat. Did I do? Oh, I done pressed the button. Ciao. What do I need my hold on, let me get if I fall out of this chair, y'all gonna have to come get me. Okay, let's see. How do I let me see. Will that let me do something? I don't think so. Why why can I not post? Why can I not? We need one of them young kids to come and help us. This is what we need now. Let's see. I don't know why I can't just go in here and just post something. Isn't that weird? Let me see. I guess I'm gonna have to go to our community page. Hold on, let me see if I can do that. Which you guys don't even go on the community page. Let me see if y'all go on the community page. I'm gonna find out right now. Post. Y'all don't even go on the community page. Y'all don't go on the community page. We gotta vote right now. All right. We want to pick our top 3. I'm gonna say belongers, B-lits, and we're gonna vote right now because I can see that y'all trying to get y'all to post in the whatchamaface. It's not gonna happen. B-lits or the B-getters. I mean, or the BGs. I'll do the top 4. All right. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. I tried to when I post things in the community chat. You guys don't look. What, we need a mod? Who cutting up? All right. Oh, okay. Thought somebody's cutting up. Hey, 41. Y'all not gonna go in the community chat? I posted something in the community chat the other day. Only 3 people showed up there. So I don't know if y'all even gonna post or go in there. I tell you. Let me see. Poll. All right. Here it goes. Help us pick a name. Help us pick our team, our community chat name. Our community chat name. Because we need a name. Belongers. Copy. The B-lits. Good. Oh. Okay. And then I promise y'all getting off the phone with me, because y'all ain't gonna have me up into the wee hours of the morning. It's already the beatniks. I like that one too. Beat getters. Y'all got me up like y'all crazy. The beat getters, the BGs. Okay. I wonder if we can add another option. Well, that's all we can do, huh? Well, I didn't get a chance to put Tom's in there. Well, let me see. What did Tom say? Oh, that's so sweet. The beekeepers. I am not fussing. I'm trying to figure out why I can't add Tom's in here. And I like Tom. Tom's an OG. I can't just not have Tom's in here. Okay, this is what I'm going to say. Okay, I selected the names I could fit in the boxes below. However, please also consider, what's the name? The beekeepers. As an option. Choose from. All right. I'm getting ready to post this in the community chat. And my goodness, if y'all don't go over into that chat, it's going to be consequences and repercussions. The belongers, the beekeepers. I have the beekeepers in the, hold on, let me read it. It says, help us, I'm going to say please help us pick a community chat name. I selected the names I could fit in the boxes below. However, please also consider the beekeepers as an option to choose from. So we have the beekeepers, the belongers, the B-lits, the begetters, and the BGs. Y'all ready? And go. All right, I posted the vote. I'm waiting. Mama's waiting. Mama's waiting. I see no votes. Y'all don't even go to the community chat while y'all playing. I post things in the community chat and y'all just be like, it's optional. I can't believe my beads. But you know what? I've been waiting for years for these beads to finally break down. And here they are breaking down right here in this chair. Oh, I'm just picking them up. I'm waiting on y'all to vote. I'm gonna look up and refresh my phone. Yeah, I put the poll on in the community page because y'all, I couldn't figure out how to put it put it in the live and nobody could tell me, because we need one of them young folks. We need one of our nephews to come help us, for God's sake. Oh, man. But yeah, it's in the community. Watch your face. I can't believe. I can't believe it. It's messed up. Let me refresh. I see nothing. I see nothing. I see nothing. Can you guys still be on here and do the same and do the thing? Or do y'all have to get off of here in order to do it? Huh? Oh, I get a lot of sleep. You voted for the Bee Gees? You voted for Belongers? Okay. All right. That's 1 for 1. We can't be both now. Y'all crazy. Let me see. Let me refresh. Oh, stop, Solstice. Let's see. Post. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't updated on my end yet. What you say, the Bee Gees is not it? I don't know why it won't let me see in real time. Post. Oh, look at y'all. The Belongers is hot right now. The Belongers is hot right now. Okay, we're gonna let the poll do what it do. Celebratory said the Bee Gees is not it. Who voted for the Bee Gees? Was it you? Was it you? So sis. You say you like that one. It's cute. Yeah, I think they're all really good ideas. But yeah, the Belongers is I think that kind of fits more. It's all good. They're all good. The Belongers. So far, the Belongers has the most votes. But then again, there's only 3 votes. How is there 3 votes and 7 people here? What is going on? I'm trying to figure out. How are we going to be a community and only... How do you vote? Go to the community page. I don't know if it looks the same on your phone, but on my phone, when I go to post, so maybe does it look the same on your phone? Yeah, go to my channel. And do you go under posts, you guys? Because it looks like that on my phone. Or does it look completely different on your phone? Oh, it's under posts. Okay. Y'all knew what I was saying. You know what? And then people be asking me about this whole doctoral thing, and information be right in the community forum, and I'll be ready to slap people in their bottom lip. Oh, you voted. Okay, let me refresh. Refresh. View channel. Post. Whoa, 4 votes, you guys. So far, the Belongers. Well, I think that might be it, you guys. I think that might be it. That makes my heart warm. Yeah, I'm on Instagram at DrBeeSpeaks. I haven't been like fooling around with my Instagram in a minute. But you know just how my name is here is over there. And my Instagram is private. I think I have like 500 people in there. So you're more than welcome to come on by. Okay. All right, y'all. All right. Y'all gonna get off my phone today. First of all, I gotta say I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm thinking that our new name is gonna be the Belongers because you belong here. What you say? I seen the feathers. Oh, is that right? Feathers? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you. These are pretty cool, huh? The detail on them. They're old, too. I got them from my friend's antique store. Shout out to you. Welcome to you. I think our new name for the community is the Belongers. Who did this? If you know, you know. What meme is that? That would be Oprah. Oh man, I'm silly. I know. I need to take my clothes off and eat the rest of my chicken wings and then jump in the bed. But I love you guys. You mean so much to me. I am so grateful. Grateful. That's right. I wish you were a chicken wing too. Yes, you belong. You belong right here. Because here in this community, we accept people as they are. Christian, Muslim, atheist, black, white, brown, yellow, red, Democrat, Republican, you don't vote, I don't care, atheist, you listen to rap, you listen to classical music, yeah. I don't give a damn, it doesn't matter, we talk about everything. We can agree to not agree, and it's okay, and I don't care, and there you go. And there you go. And that's how you know, yeah, I'm tired. The only way that you can't be here is if you are just mean and nasty and hurting people, because we can't have that up in here. It's about love, as you can see the heart. But if you fix your ways, now, you can belong right here. So, namaste. Love someone, starting with yourself. All right, belongers. I'll see you next time. Bye. Thank you for picking out a name. All right, soldiers. Love someone, starting with yourself. Bye.